指揮官、今日も狩りに出かけるか？出撃でもいいぜ。
I didn't think the emulator liked being on that main menu too long. Okay, there we go. Hi, Minnie.
Huh? No. Nanda?
Yeah, I was waiting on YouTube to get my feed, and it was taking its time this time around. So I don't know why it sometimes it's instant, sometimes, well, pseudo instant, like 5-10 seconds. Sometimes it takes a whole minute, maybe longer. I don't know why it shouldn't be that hard to figure that out, but that is what it is. I don't really know what else. So there is that. Late to my own stream by 6 minutes. I can't help that sometimes. Sorry I missed your stream yesterday. I was having internet issues. No, it's fine. It's fine. You don't need to apologize. You can't make it. You can't make it. That's why I archive, so that way everyone's able to still at least see what went down. There is some very interesting lore in this event. So I did check more with the our JPCN peeps, and there are still a lot of discrepancies in part 2. Some of them don't seem to be as bad right off the get-go, so hopefully it's not absolutely horrible in terms of that aspect, but I'm pretty sure if there's anything significant for me to have to cover, I'm going to make sure that that is done in that one video. I hope it's not like a 15-minute video because I have to cover all the discrepancies. We'll see. But I do know Pledge was pretty bad about this, so it seems like just maybe Royal Navy events are just bad. So we'll have to see when I'll return from the war after I figure out how to get out of the singularity. So anyway, it is Friday, which is awesome. I am done with work for the week. Awesome. So I don't have to worry too much about what is it? I don't have to worry too much about having to get up early in the morning or anything. Not that I'm gonna pull an all-nighter or anything. But you can at least relax a little bit more here. You ever seen Minnie smile like that before? Oh, this skin is so worth it. It is so worth it. Also, it has a story going. It's been pretty interesting. I mean, it covers a little bit about pawns, and it's gone a little bit into, like, Irish Orthodoxy before, like, well, not really before, but, well, kind of during the first Siren, like, the major Siren War. So there's some good history that we're getting in this outside of what was it? Outside of what we can relatively say from like our actual, you know, the ties to IRL history with which they can give us. But now with the singularity, I'm curious what caused that and why we're having to experience that. So that said, though, I did get a little bit of coinage before stream. Not a whole lot, because I wasn't able to 100% focus on this. But we do have a good decent amount. For those that are not aware, I still do not have Implacable, but this was because I didn't have a lot of pulls to begin with, because a certain research lab takes a lot more coin than it really should sometimes. And me being my usual not paying attention self, I spent a good amount of my coin reserves on lab like a day or two before and forgot to farm it back. So that's why I only have like 50-ish pulls, and I had to get some more coin. This event is actually shorter than usual. Seems like it probably will be. It's a little bit of history, but it's not like it's anything huge yet so far. We'll have to see what other implications are from this. That's why you spam the free research while you're building up coins. I prioritize whatever gets me the most prints. That's why. I've done that for like the last couple months. It's part of the reason why like my entire PR3 I don't have to touch anymore. Like I was surprised how fast I... Also... Yeah. So close. But it's why like my PR3, not PR4. My PR3 is all done, especially Drake. Because I got like so much of her research constantly, so I wasn't too upset about it. PR4 is in good shape, but I'm not anywhere near happy with the DRs, but thankfully there's a catch-up mechanic for that now. So, and of course Anchorage. She's happy Anchorage is done. She's happy. No. Hopefully my emulator feels a little unstable today. I'm not sure why. It's not like it did anything. That said, let's go ahead and I got probably about another 20 pulls I can do, and I got probably one more in the span that I can get about another 5,000 coin. Shouldn't take too long to get that though, at least. So, yeah, seems like we're gonna have to use French Vanguard for this to get the. At least that's not out of character because this is a French and Royal Navy event. I'm kind of surprised they didn't do a split banner on it, but I guess they didn't have too much French involved. So, let me see if I can get lucky here. So it was 435 if I remember correctly. Why is that so slow? Why is that so slow? Why is that so slow? I've never seen it that slow before! Why was that so slow? Double Hornet. What is going on right now? Memory leak? Maybe? But I didn't have this up long last night. I mean, after the stream, I pretty much closed it down and cleaned it. It's always slow like that for you, really? I've never seen that. Never seen that. Been lagging for you on emulator. Seems no good on this one, chat. It's alright. You know what? I'm gonna restart the emulator. I think I'm beginning to wonder if it had to do with me staying on that main menu that long. We'll see. Give me like 3 seconds while I wait for this thing to completely restart. I guess I could check my task manager, see if my memory or anything's looking abnormal. Memories are fine, GPU's fine, CPU's peaked, but that's expected. Memory's also pretty high, but that's... Okay, that was new. Where did that go? Oh no. Oh, okay. It was on the wrong monitor. I went to go slide it over to my main monitor, and it just flung itself off of my, It's gone. I don't know where it went. That window has disappeared. I tried doing the Windows key thing, and it didn't work. Hang on. Let me see if I can replicate that so you guys can see this. What? Oh, uh-oh. This is not looking good. What the heck? You optimize your drives? It should be optimized. Well, I mean, I did make sure they're good from time to time. What the? I drag it very. Oh my goodness. Here, if you guys want to see what started to happen to me here. What? I've never had that. What is that? What is that? What? What is that? I've never seen that. Hold on, let me see that wallpaper. Oh, what do you mean? You want to see it that badly? It's my here. Where's my image file?
Azur Lane.
There. There you go. I don't know what the emulator is doing. That's very weird to see. So this was made a while back ago. For those of you who know Heaven's Melody, I think he's also gone by multiple other names as well. He made this a while back ago. I think actually made about almost 2 years. It's gonna be about 2 years actually. We'll see. But that is that's what he did. I gave him the prompt of picking a handful of characters to work with. So I gave him a picture of both of my doc of all of my favorite ships at the time. Oh, okay. And yeah, that's how it came to be. You've seen his other works. Oh, other works. I'm assuming the more yabe ones. I think I know he does a few yabe things. It's his thing. It's his thing, I guess, but I kind of gave him a general idea of what kind of scene I was think would be cool to paint or draw for him. Then I think he enjoyed it. He did a great job with it, though. You know, for a person who says he's not so great at handling like backgrounds and like skies and stuff, he really did a good job. I don't have any complaints with that at all. I think it's great. So, I guess it's a case if we are our own worst critic, but it's an amazing piece of work that he did. So, I didn't even check who my secretaries are for today, so let's see, we got Minneapolis. Good old Shokaku. Richie herself? And the good old Think Pits. I mean, Tear Pits. I think we're missing one. Oh, Yamashiro. Happy Shiro, I should just call her that. That pet mini for good luck.
Huh? No. Nanda?
But he's just like, wait, what? I didn't ask for that. No. Alright, let's see. That is so weird. I've never seen it do this. The computer gets restarted daily, so I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird. Is it your internet? Nah, it shouldn't be. If it was my internet, then you guys would have, it would have been having a really bad stream feed, I think. Oh no, it's a gremlin. Not the gremlin. How many elites are in this temple? That was so many elites. Holy crap! 3 of them were carrier. Well, the carrier group. Not, I should say carrier group because they're not actually carriers. Looking at you, Argus. That was a lot of more purples than I expected. This time it's a weird... This is a very weird inversion where it's elites. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the worst... This is still kind of in like a weird place where it's like... It's better than... It's not as good as Shimakaze, but it's not as bad as... Ironically, Shinano. Nobody is going to believe me on the Shinano claim, but I would tell you, Shinano was still one of the worst banners for me. Nobody will believe me on that. Ah! No, that's copyright. I can't have that play. That was probably long enough for it to get copyright claimed. F. I'll have to probably mute that. Lovely. What skin is that? For Mini? Worst banner says the one who got 4 Shinano and a 10 bull. 3 actually, and yes, it took me to Penny to get it. I basically had to pop Shinano Penny just to get the other non-UR characters. It was that bad. So it's not like I really had any benefits there. I'm already that far? Jeez. Ariake would tell you to do that, wouldn't she? Am I roboting? Oh, shoot. Am I? That's a side effect of the what's it called? That's a side effect of this new sound system I'm running. Here, let me... I can just do the... That'll make sure. This will be the raw microphone input, but it should be fine. Yeah, if I start sounding robotic, I usually have to change my, my default device, because usually that's why that happens. Some systems I really don't need to be using the, what's it called? I don't need to be using the, sound system that I'm using. I can just directly use the microphone itself, which is probably what I should be doing. So, I sound close to my microphone. Well, I'm probably about where I should be, distance-wise, for like a podcast setup. I'm not too close to it, but I'm close enough. I'm not like, you know, I'm not gonna get too close to it because I don't want to like destroy people's ears or anything. That is a thing. Alrighty. No dice there yet either. Oh, hey. Well, there's the 4,000 I needed. Alright, that's the last 10-pull attempt for the stream. Well, at least for now. Oh, that's not it. I think it was 35, not 45. On your second multi, you found perfectly fine. Yeah, if I sound robotic at all, sometimes that does happen. Also, oh, what? What is that? Is that graph? That's a cool looking graph. That is neat. Sorry, I got my task manager up still. Oh no, I got Taiho. Not Taiho. I have a Taiho. No. No. Bye. No. No. Go away. The chicken. I don't think she's a chicken. Alright, no dice on that one either. It's alright. We shall try again later. Not the end of the world.
Huh? No. Nanda?
I love that skin so much. Everyone already knows why I like that skin so much. That is what it is. Self-frying chicken. That's what a phoenix is. Ah. That face. Oh no, it gets so much better when you do the return to dock. Or return to port. Animation. Or not animation. The voice line is so good. So, anyway. Ah! Anyway, that's a lot of text to read real quick. I'll read that in a second. Much like the first one, since I know there's a few issues with it, take everything here with a grain of salt. Some things may be off, some things might be desynchronized with CN and JP, so we'll have to see how that looks in the end. Of course, I'm probably going to do what I did on the what we learned video, where if there's if the discrepancy is significant enough, I'll make sure it is covered, and I'll present as all of the environment variants, so that way we know you guys know exactly why there's some weird desync there. So anyway, I watched as the lamb opened the first of the 7 seals, and there before me was a white horse, and its rider held a bow. And he was given a crown, and he rode out as a conqueror bent on conquest. When the lamb opened the 2nd seal, another horse came out, a fiery red one. Its rider was given power to take peace from the earth and make people kill each other. To him was given a large sword. When the lamb opened a 3rd seal, there before me was a black horse. Its rider was holding a pair of scales in his hand. Then I heard what sounded like its voice saying 2 pounds of wheat for a day's wages, and 6 pounds of barley for a day's wages, and do not damage the oil and the wine. When the lamb opened the 4th seal, before me was a pale horse. Its rider was named Death. They were given power over 1/4 of the earth to kill by sword, famine, and plague, and by the wild beasts of the earth. She seems a little too happy about it, to be honest. She's like, ooh. This is what this face tells me is, ooh. Or she's like, I'm gonna bonk you in the face if you keep getting interested in this stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, I know. But it's still funny that this is the initial impression's just like, oh. She looks surprised, really? She looks more like overjoyed than she does surprised. Richie just looks annoyed, irritated, and probably like, can you not? Oh, I guess I could see surprised Pikachu face, maybe. Poggers. Oh no. Implacable Pog. Is that an emote now? We already have Chisei Pog though. It's just the angle, I think. Yeah, probably. The angle and of like part of it is making it look that way. Regardless. Where am I? What happened? I don't understand. Don't fear, Implacable. Take deep breaths and calm down. Huff, huff. I feel awful. One moment I'm looking up at the sky, the next the world is spinning like I'm inside a washing machine. Shattering reflections were cast upon the stained ocean. High above, a black sun hung above the sky like an unending solar eclipse. Did we get sucked through a singularity? Implacable looked around blankly. The Silicon Island had completely disappeared. replaced with a sprawling network of intricate buildings, reaching all the way to the skyline. Oh. Interesting. This feels like somewhere we aren't meant to be. Cardinal, do you know anything? Are we beneath the basilicas? I believe so, yes. We've somehow entered the catacombs. Oh. This is the catacombs. Impossible, no! Not impossible. We just started, yeah. And yes, I think the artist is Kinkora, from what I understand. Who activated the China test? Oh my goodness. Welcome to the Himalaya. Oh my gosh, now I can't get that one guy. Snow cone? No. No. Oh my goodness. Catacombs? You mean Mirror Sea, don't you? I doubt all the technology in the Basilica could have created something like this. Not only is this clearly Siren territory, but it's also been here for a long time. Yes, you're probably right. How did this happen? You said it'd be over once we activated all the purification systems on the island. Well, I mean, that last one was pretty bad. It should have been over, but it seems I was mistaken. I can only guess the system malfunctioned in some way. That or this was an elaborate siren trap from the very start. That'd be interesting. Regardless, I shouldn't have assumed the Mirror Sea was limited to the island's surface layer. A foolish error on my part. Don't blame yourself. The sirens have ways of catching even the most cautious among us. Off guard. Chat, calm down. Let's focus on getting out of here. Does anything about this place resemble its real-world equivalent? I can't say for sure, but I noticed something. I will let you know. Why did we get sent down here to begin with? Is it because we now know too much and the tribunal wants to silence us? That seems unlikely. If they wanted to get rid of us, we would have been sent down when we activated the very first purification system. Unlikely means it's not out of the question, but I'll take your word for it, for now. If I remember right, you said pawns are broken down and recycled in the catacombs, correct? So if we're not being silenced, maybe the facility sees us as outside invaders and is trying to eliminate us. As far as I know, the catacombs and the purification process have no bearing on one another. It should also be stated that the catacombs are almost entirely separated from the surface layer. Brent and I don't know any way to reach them. Wait, you have no idea how to reach the catacombs? That's weird. That is to say, I fear you may be right in saying we've walked into a trap. That would make it one of the most despicable things, I think there's a word missing here, I've ever seen. Things, actions, situations, whatever. Whoever's behind it knew that people would investigate if they just withdrew the island's defense force. Then the pawns would easily dispatch whatever mass-produced ships were sent in, forcing us ship girls to do the job. The Royal Navy wouldn't be able to activate the purification systems or escape the Mirror Sea and would eventually succumb to the pawns. Meanwhile, the only people in the Iris Sleeper who could activate the purification systems would be sent to be dealt with down here. I want to play, what's the rule? Never attribute to malice what can be ruled as incompetence. I want to believe that side so far. I know, like, the only thing I could think of is the Vichia hate Richelieu enough that and Byrne that they know that if they did this, it would get rid of Cardinal and Byrne. But the problem with that is, well, I don't think they hate them that much, and if they never came here, it would be a potential world-ending event. I don't think it's one of those situations. So I think it's best that we sit here and say, never attribute to malice what can be ruled as incompetence. I don't think it's Occam's razor. I forget what rule that is. Anyway, we need to get moving immediately. Huh? Why? Are pawns on the way? No, something far worse. By the looks of things, the catacombs are completely out of control. If we don't act now, we'll be in grave peril. Implacable, implacable, we need to get the heck out of here. There's a huge Mecha Knight coming straight towards you. Mecha Knight? Did I hear that right? An emergency call interrupted the girls' analysis of the situation, shifting their attention towards the distance. There, they saw Hero, fleeing while desperately firing her cannons at the rapidly approaching threat. A massive mechanical knight, clad in black armor with a set of heavy scales in hand. Scales. Galloped across the water. An ominous, deathly aura followed in its wake. That wouldn't make sense. This is the catacombs. It's a Gundam! Not shales, scales. Mechanicus Harbinger, famine. Yep. It looks very different from what I remember, but that is definitely one of the 4 horsemen. Royal Navy, intercept the target. No, implacable. Make no attempt to fight it. It is far too powerful for us. Okay. Birds. Search for a nearby conceptual anchor. We must retreat at once. Understood, Cardinal. I will look for one. Retreat? Why? Isn't it just an oversized pond? Implacable, please. It is nothing of the sort. We have to run. Look, I'll explain what it is and how to deal with it once we've made it somewhere safe. You need to trust me, Implacable. Alright. You know this place better than me, so I'll just follow you. And I think even then she doesn't fully know the place that well. It's just the fact that she knows this thing is probably going to kill us. Hey, Dadanen probably? I'll probably butcher the name. I'm sorry if I did. That said, yeah, this is gonna be interesting. This is not Azur. This is the... I like how vastly different these two look. Like, it's still the same 4, but it's very different from, like, it's just that slight change in the overall looks of these 4 places that actually makes it look interesting. You can still tell them all apart too. This music though. I'm actually kind of surprised they had that singularity. That said though. If the knight touches you, you can't. Oh. I don't know what armor that is, guys. Okay. I do need to be using French just so I can continue to level them up. So I probably am going to do the bottom team as the French team because I can at least bring the CA with us. I still want... There's 3 girls in the French I want to continue working with. So... Unfortunately, I'm not giving people really the options here, because I do want to kind of use them specifically. Mostly because I just want to level them. There you are. These were the 3 I were originally using. So when do we build the knight? I think people would probably prefer the siren over the knight, wouldn't they? When can we have sirens? 10% speed boost. Oh yeah, I should probably get some more augments done. I haven't done these augments in a while. These are something else I should also do. Probably just gonna use the greatsword if I did. I don't have money, so I can't do anything right now with them. I don't use the augments. I never feel like I need them. You really don't. They're kind of a nice little min-max thing. I mean, unless it's one of the characters that gets like a pretty decent overhaul from it. So like, for example, Hood, Illustrious, any of the starter destroyers that get tweaks. Like anyone that has a tweak from their augment, yeah, I'm gonna get them. They're nice and special ones, but the basic ones are kind of meh. So that is what it is. When can we have Observer Alpha back? Dunno. They've been kind of absent. With the French 203, the double or the triple is better. French 203, is that the? I'm guessing that's a gun of theirs. Who hath mentioned the Hood? Oh, hello, Hood. I don't actually know the French guns that well. I don't know what the 203 is. I usually don't pay attention to the name. I just look at the icon. When we have Tester back. You guys are all saying names of sirens that exist. Compiler over here is just in a dead state. Compiler over here being like, I've been dead for a couple of events. Why does nobody care? Yeah, I'm just gonna give her the. I'm gonna give her this thing. That should take care of that. There were subs in the last one. I don't think they're gonna be a major You're at love? When would you hold up? This is not the best music to hear your love line, but I want to hear it. Look at how happy this one is. Look at how happy she is. She's so happy. Look at his face. Look at that. That's probably the alcohol wolf. Actually, wait, where are you three at? Oh. I see. But we have Devil, now it's all good. She's a very happy one too. Oh. I guess these three are all at that level of affection, aren't they? Nope, John's still at Crush. She is still at Crush. I'll see how she is here in a second. Hey, 2K. What we got here? Oh, she's at 90 flat. Man, she's the slowest of the three. The game was very confused as to what music to give there. That's cool. They are keeping me in the basement. Who is keeping you in the basement? Do we need to go bonk people? Okay, do we continue to embrace full French here and just go with it? Or do we do something else? Full Iris fleet for the Crusade. Well, aren't she? She's Vitya, isn't she? Because I think she's a Vitya. Also, sign that thanks for the 2. Oh, Iris Orthodoxy. If you're talking Iris Orthodoxy, that makes sense. Full French. Let's see. We don't have a lot of choices in that for carrier. We have Byrne and Joffrey. I think I've said her name right. Both are somewhat low level, though I could bump them up pretty. Well, Byrne I can bump pretty hard. Joffrey I can't because I don't have coin to limit breaker. So I guess it's time for her then. That kind of narrows that down. Probably not, should not be flagship though.
この本のことが気になるのですか?
I don't even know what to put in her secondary slot because I don't use this character.
怪しげな品ではありませんので。
Fighter, torpedo bomber. Okay, let's switch to this real quick. What are we looking at? Equip with CL gun in the auxiliary slot. Okay, so it has to be a CL gun of some sort. Increase the slot's efficiency by 45. Sets the gun's range and detection to 80. So it overrides the range. Fires a special barrage every 24 seconds. If instead equipping a dive bomber, oh, I can choose. Shortens the loading time of this ship's first airstrike by 50%. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. And she also has a torpedo barrage for some reason. She just has everything. Burn is the definition of throw everything at them. Literally. Z23 gun is recommended, even though there's the benefits of this thing with the CL gun. Slot efficiency and the range? Cube matching. Hey Burn, how would you like to have fun with rockets? How would you like to have fun with some rockets? And a very shiny rainbow bomber. This is probably more power than I think you're probably accustomed to. Burn, where's the door? It's right there. I drew it with magic marker. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like both of the benefits are good, but I'm gonna have battleships, so she really doesn't need to have the gun capability. Should we give her the other shiny rainbow? I think we give her the other shiny rainbow. I think we're gonna do that. Let's just give this French the angriest of loadouts. She can continue to pretend to be angry. There we go. And let's just give her a few more levels, just so I'll put her to like 90-ish. That's 99. Wait, I am miscounting. I'll put her 95. That should be fine right now. There. She's 95 now. There we go. This is probably completely ridiculous, but I mean the only downside is, oof. That's also only 20% because I don't have these at level 10 because I haven't used her yet. So there's that. But at least she's in play, so she'll have some fun here. Anyway, who else do we bring here? I sound like an illager from Minecraft. Champagne, preload the fleet. Oh, so what you're telling me is what? Richelieu, Jean Bar, Champagne? Because I don't think Gascon uses a preload. She just fires her shots individually. Richie and Champagne. Okay. That's an interesting combination. Wild and Peril appear. She can't be here though. Alright, there we go. I think Champagne is missing some stuff. One thing. She's got a gun at least, though. And yeah, she's been at love for a long time. Let's snag this. I mean, this is nice, too, because it does cover the AP angle. Though if I really, really absolutely need to, I could switch her to HE. Or just bring Jambar. But I have Blue Archive. I can't download both because of my storage. Oof. Emulators are nice for that reason, but if you don't have the time-stepping emulator, I can understand that. It's fine. I'm gonna make sure I take care of this choice. No, we need Dork. The dork has arrived. Oh yeah, that is a good point. I could switch her gun because I don't. Who's using the Musashi gun right now? Oh, you're not in play. I mean, you're an ops side, but I'll have to remind myself to put that back on. It's not like I'm going for Arizona right now. Take that back. What? And advice this one? That is almost an entirely Oath fleet. If I actually bothered to Oath destroyers, then I probably would have a full Oath fleet right now. Are there lasers? If not, the dork is safe. Yeah, she probably would be safe. She want to go play with the lasers again. Considering this is the boss fleet, I'm slightly mortified by the wedding stream. I mean, if I'm gonna do like an Oath, oil reduced atoms. You didn't Oath your starter? No, I didn't. The only starter girl I Oathed was Nimi because she was always last, so I wanted her to have at least the first of something. That's the only reason she's Oath, chat. She can claim the W in that column for that. That's the only reason she is the only like DD that will ever get an Oath. She was always last place on everything else though in this game. Nimi the best starter either way. I started with Laffy, so that's that. So that is what it is. Though I also do like the Oath skin, it's kind of cute. So if we're gonna do that, then yes, we need to do this. And this opens up, I can use Ippiki, but without Noshiro, it's kind of a meh. And I'm not gonna use Minneapolis. I'm not gonna use Minneapolis on a boss fleet. Here, let me put all my. Let's put favorites on here. Someone said, "Oh, it's oh no, $6.90." $6. Nice. I don't even have. Oh, well, I probably have a few characters I could think about, but still. Use speed, that is all. I could use I can't believe my Iron Blood could possibly be this cute. She is an option here. I could also double down on the Helenas. No, we'll have fun. Helena and Helena. Helena and Helena. There we go. Chat, calm down. Chat, no. $9.60. Why did you flip it? Why am I scared? Helena tank. No, I'm gonna probably switch it because I think Helena meta actually takes less damage. I forget. There's a weird condition for Helena meta when she's with Helena. I don't have money on. Well, I probably have enough for it. I'll see if I have enough to get there at least a little bit. No, I know. Okay. It's fine. She's over leveled anyway. But yeah, Dire, thanks for the 960 and full. Thanks for the 690. Who is using that other book? Tashkent. That's enough for an Oath me. Yes, that is $10 US. That would be how that would be used. Do I not have? Hold up. I never made this. I know you had one. I never made it. Well, I need to get coin then. I have a reason to get coin. Okay, I think there's something with you being... I don't use Helena with Helena meta. Well, I've named her Helena now because... Yes. I don't remember which one it is. Is it this one? When sorted with Helena, decreases the ship's damage taken by 18%. Okay. So that's pretty much, yeah, that's what that would tell me then. And it's not like this needs to happen because there's no eagle here. That's not going to benefit. 420. Why doesn't that work with... Are you wanting me to go with triple Helena? That's very dangerous. The triple Helena is a very dangerous thing. I'm just gonna give her health because she's tanking, so she's taking more health. There, you can all stare at her very different design compared to normal Helena. It is still surprising how different she looks. Like, if this isn't a sign of a style change, I don't know what is. Like, we're so used to these versions, and then there's this one, which is like the hair is completely different shading. It's like the guy got way more, the artist got way more detailed in hair, which is not a bad thing. It actually looks a lot better, I think. But I mean, I'm not saying these are bad because they're not, but the style change is very noticeable. It's a different artist. Oh, that makes sense then. Was this part of one of the OGs that could never be found again, I'm guessing? I think that was the same situation with Repulse. Still, it's noticeable. Alright, I think everyone else is equipped. We're gonna have Honey. Okay, I am banking on this being on this being a heavy armor for backline, or medium or heavy armor. So hopefully that's what it is. Hey Hawk, just popping in before I catch up on tomorrow's or yesterday's VOD. Okay, no problem. Incremental decisions only passed by palindromes. What? Seven thanks for the 567. Yeah, it's a bummer. Interesting. Data corruption. Fatal error detected. Oh no. Joint Basilica investigation team. Led by Byrne, the girls fled into a derelict building. Whew, many anchors appear to be broken, but at least this one works. We should be safe here. You sure? How's this regular old building gonna protect us from that night? Please tell me there's some kind of secret weapon stashed away here. There's not. This is just an ordinary building. It is the conceptual anchor's sanctity that protects us. The night can't come near us. Is this a case where he's supposed to protect the entire area, but by doing so, he can't destroy the facilities that he's protecting? Is that what that is? First, something about anchors, now sanctity. Care to explain what's going on? Sanctity, much like purification on the surface level, is a concept we use to control the basilicas. Conceptual anchors, meanwhile, are things which strengthen the sanctity. They are sacraments that have been buried deep underground. Ah, and because most of the conceptual anchors are broken, I think I see where how this has gone downhill. Or now malfunctioning. So they're probably gonna have to fix the conceptual anchors. Or just stay around the ones that are working. Sanctity has a range inside which no infection can occur. Pawns which have already been infected cannot come near it. The purification system lets us regain full control of the surface facility, while these conceptual anchors help us retain some semblance of control. Huh. So, okay, I think I understand how this is. Also, while the anchor is working for now, I'm not sure how long it will last. All I got from that was one thing. that there is equipment down here which you're familiar with. In short, yes. As for the Mecha Knight, was it? No need to dumb it down. Tell me everything you know about that thing first. That knight you saw was originally a natural entity that came into being in these catacombs. Oh, that's creepy. You just imagine going down to the catacombs and being like, oh, hey, look, the giant evil death knight that's gonna murder me. Let's keep exploring. Oh my goodness. It's one of the 4 in total: conquest, famine, or war, famine, and death, each appearing in its respective areas. Blech. A natural entity. What? Yes, it is neither pawn nor shipgirl, but rather a being born from the Orthodoxy's beliefs. A non-siren entity brought into existence by a mere sea. That's completely unprecedented. Forgive me, I should clarify one thing. The 4 horsemen were not always present here. Their origin dates back to when the facility had just been opened. A lot of the siren technology the Tribunal discovered could not be controlled and were deemed too dangerous to research, yet they also did not want to destroy these hard-won spoils. As a result, they piled all that technology in the Mere Sea lower layer while shifting their focus towards researching the comparatively safe technology on the surface. So, things that we do not understand, into the basement with you. Thing I do not understand, into the basement with you. Thing I understand and is relatively safe. Okay, we'll work with this. Meanwhile, the basement becomes this unholy monster that we don't know what to deal with. Everyone proceeds to then seal the basement off. Aha. That is... huh. Just like the factory you saw, which was a powerful tool that could be used almost immediately. Oh boy. However, once pawn production was in full swing, pawns began appearing down here as well for reasons nobody understood. By the time we received word that something had appeared in the catacombs below, the research team stationed here had been wiped out, and the 4 horsemen had already been born. Oh. At first, they did not pose a significant threat, and the Tribunal successfully captured the underground layer with only a modest force. But things have changed significantly since then. As long as the factory continues producing pawns, the four horsemen will continue to be reborn. So what it sounds like is, as long as you continue to use this facility for whatever reason, these things will always continue to exist, and you cannot get rid of them unless you stop using the facility. Huh. You guys are the only faction I know with this kind of mass production system that do not understand how to control it. Just turn it off. Yeah, I know, that's what it seems like. That is the simplest of solutions. But they probably have their reasons for this. Well, actually, I don't know. It seems like Vichy were using it originally, but I'm not sure what that does. Or why did they abandon here is the question now. To make matters worse, the worse the infection problem in the upper layer is, I'm going to add is, the stronger the horsemen become each time. Oh! So this infection problem was pretty bad, so how strong are they? And do they get weaker if you resolve the issue? It was initially that the horsemen were avatars which controlled the pawns, and that reinforcing their respective concepts would let us control them. In reality, they may have been the ones controlling us, using the basilicas to make themselves stronger. Like a rogue AI. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh no. That may well have been the Siren's plan from the very beginning. It wouldn't surprise me if they let you capture this base on purpose. But if you knew about this problem, why didn't anyone destroy the entire Mirror Sea and all the equipment along with it to resolve the issue at once and for all? Well, that's because there is no central control unit in this Mirror Sea. Oh. What? That's impossible. The Tribunal searched the catacombs numerous times, but were ultimately unable to find a way to dispel the Mirror Sea. They also tried to take out the Four Horsemen on multiple occasions, but they kept coming back stronger and stronger. But it soon dawned on us that if we kept producing pawns, we would essentially be putting 4 Siren superweapons into our world. Yeah, like, this is not a good idea. Why are we still doing this? Stop! And so we halted all production, okay, and sealed off the catacombs. I see. Why were the Vichy here then? That is when Byrne proposed the idea of installing conceptual anchors in an attempt to weaken the Horsemen. It worked until the Orthodoxy split into 2. And because Vichy neglected to maintain the basilicas, the factory eventually malfunctioned and resumed production. Then came the infection, making the Horsemen only grow stronger and stronger. Correct. I'm truly sorry that things ended up this way. Ah, so this has been a disaster in the making for quite some time, because their split has been, well, it's been a while. I think we're looking at roughly... Oh gosh, how many years is that, technically? Bad ideas are good ideas until it's bad. This is a case where if it works, and then eventually when it doesn't work, it's like, well, we didn't know. Byrne is the one that maintains it. Yeah, but there's engineers on the other side too, but they probably were too busy fighting each other. Or at least doing their own things and having other ulterior purposes. Not to mention, I mean, there's probably some of those people looking after Jean Bar, who was like significantly damaged. It actually kind of makes me wonder who's stronger, the Arbiter or these guys? Or any of the Arbiters, or these guys. Correct. I'm truly sorry that things ended up this way. It's not your fault. You're not the one who built this place or let it spiral out of control. But you are eager to get things back under control, aren't you? When Byrne let the word catacombs slip, you interrupted her because you hoped to personally deal with the Horsemen yourselves. Is that right? Yes, because with the purification complete and pawn production stopped, the Horsemen will not get any stronger. Their days are numbered. On the contrary, had we done nothing and let the infection grow unimpeded, the Horsemen would one day break out and render the Antarctic waters impossible to navigate. We can blame Vitya for being neglectful all we want, but at the end of the day, this is a calamity that could affect the entire world, one that we as shipgirls are sworn to protect. This was supposed to be Iris Libre's battle, but now that the news of Vitya's withdrawal has gotten out, so that's why you were being so secretive about this place. If you can't get rid of the Mirror Sea, stopping the production of pawns and destroying the Four Horsemen for good would already be enough. That's right, and Iris Libre must shoulder that burden. Limiting pawns associated with the particular horseman's concept seem to have the effect of weakening it. Rest assured, Implacable, I swear upon my name as Cardinal to do whatever it takes to regain control of this place. But first, I'm going to get you all home. I do need to correct you, however. You should not shoulder this burden alone. You'll fall behind in the long run if you pour all of your resources into solving this without outside help. I say let's work together to resolve your horseman problem. Then we can go home. We're allies, and whether you wanted it or not, we're in this together now. That's a favor too tremendous to ask for. Ask for it anyway. You know we'd gladly help. I'll need to think of a way to repay you. You'll have plenty of time for that later. Let's deal with the more pressing issue. Richie, please. Alright, see you. Have a good time at the gym, man. The basement. Yeah, pretty much. You know another way you could look at this? Mom, I want the Arbiters. We have the Arbiters at home. The Arbiters at home in the basement. Also in the basement, your very demons. And that one, what was it? That one heater unit that scared the heck out of you as a kid. Oh my goodness. That being finding the way out of here. Those arbiters don't have. Oh boy. You think we'll find a giant purity here? I don't know. Just start playing JoJo music. Maybe it'll appear. Someone day demons. Oh no. But it's Bonnie. Oh no. Gremlin alert. As much as I'd like to take the horsemen on, I don't think we stand a fighting chance at the moment. About that, sadly I have no idea where to even start looking. I beg your pardon. This is the first time I've personally seen this Mirror Sea lair with my own eyes. The Tribunal's reports always stated that the situation here was under full control. They didn't even bother to include small details such as how to enter and leave the lower layer. Small details, huh? The Tribunal, despite its tremendous service to the Irish Orthodoxy as a whole, also served as an extension of the Holy See's influence. See, now I'm sitting here wondering, is there a dimension or a branch in the Azur like universe here, or multiverse, I guess is probably the right term, where this happened, where these 4 knights got so powerful, and instead of just taking the Antarctic, they took the entire world. I'm actually curious if such a branch existed. It would make a lot of sense. That's our current dimension. No, I mean like the knights actually broke out. We are in a situation where we can contain it. Whereas before, I'm curious if there is like an Iris Libre meta character that will talk about this. Like if there's a bird meta, that'd be kind of terrifying because she'd be the one that would know this the most. Anyway. Tribunal, despite its tremendous service to Orthodoxy as a whole, also served as an extension of the Holy See's influence. Their allies are many, and even I have difficulty comprehending their motives at times. Byrne, it was you who proposed the conceptual anchors. Perhaps you know the catacombs better than I do. I'm afraid not, Cardinal. Well, I did come up with the idea of the anchors. I know the layout no better than anyone else here. Even ignoring the Mirror Sea's inherent effects, what structures remain here have changed drastically since I was personally involved. I can't say whether that's due to Siren intervention or Vitia modifications, but it matters little. This wouldn't be much of a trap if we could simply walk out of it. Worst case scenario, there simply is no exit. If so, we just have to find and destroy the central control unit. If there is even one. As I said, we already tried that a long time ago. That doesn't mean we won't succeed this time. After all this time, we all have more experience dealing with siren tricks before. Maybe you will notice something you overlooked back then. Besides, what other option do we have? I'll launch my recon planes and see what I can find. If you don't have any better ideas, you might as well at least pray for my success. Do we know the statue of the Holy See currently in regards to which sides they're on? I don't think so. Like, this is really the first time we've heard much about the whole... Like, the amount of depth they're going into with the French right now is probably, I think, the most we've had in a considerable amount of time. Because the most we had, really... like, Iris of Light and Dark did not really expand on anything aside from establishing that a split existed. That was really about all there was that we can say about the Irish Orthodoxy in Iris of Light and Dark. Their next event, Guy Battle Oratorio, goes a little bit into the concepts of the basilicas and also kind of like how they are kind of places of significance. So now we're seeing how this is the second basilica we're starting to see other things that happen here. So this is like the most I think we've ever really had of the Iris Orthodoxy. So this is I'm actually kind of I'm pretty happy with this expansion of the Iris Orthodoxy lore that we have. We're not playing on auto. It's currently cook up. Let him cook. Let it cook. What? I love how that meme kind of emerged. I've been seeing it used so much in Arknights recently. A French event with no French girls. Yeah, it is weird though, isn't it? Because like this is a French event, or this is a French lore situation. But it's Royal Navy. I guess it makes sense because they're technically allies, so I guess it's a way they can work with it. Oh, I should look at the buff. Hang on. I do see this. The blessed faithful, Iris Orthodoxy. The Iris has answered your prayers. Your Iris Libre and Vicia Dominion ships gain 3% of everything. Nice. But there's also this, which is still an explosive thing that could scare people. Also, I'm currently using circular defense. Do I need to use circular defense? Not really. Single line assault. And before people be like, read, no evasion. Oh, I'm sure. Richie gonna be like... If that don't work, use more gun. I'm an engineer. I solve practical problems. Not problems like... What are the... I forgot what it is. Something philosophy. No. What is it? Ah, gosh. I've not listened to that trailer in so long. I don't remember the lines exactly. Does have to fall within the purviews of philosophy. What is beauty? That's what it is. I saw practical problems. Like, what are you gonna do when some mean old mother... I forget what it is. Oh man, it's been so long since I've watched those trailers. They're so good. Oh my goodness. What was the snipers one? When he was talking to his dad. He was like, yeah, Dad, I'm an assassin, Dad. Not a murderer. One is a job, the other is mental sickness. Heard TF2 is actually getting a big update soon. I heard that, and then I heard they also switched it to where it says seasonal instead. The hopium and copium is real right now. We still are missing the heavy update back when the pyro was reworked. But I have no idea where you know, where everything's gonna be plan-wise for Valve. Professionals have standard. Crazed gunman. I'm an assassin. Yeah, one's a job, the other one's mental sickness. Oh my goodness. For the people who have not played TF2, you really should try it out. It's free to play, first off, but secondly, it is a really silly and fun game. It is one of the games that has truly stood the test of time, though it could definitely... A major update could give it a new breath of life again. But they have plenty of other problems they also have to deal with. But no, these are the trailers for the characters in the game, and oh my gosh, they're quite the meme content. Like when Source Filmmaker came out, how many Meet the Heavy animations were there? Where everyone just memed the heck out of Meet the Heavy. And then I think the Meet the Engineer also got like a whole bunch of meme versions of it as well. I think his mate saw me. Yes, yes he did. Meet the Nonomi. There actually is a video that somebody did where they have an entire fight of Blue Archive playing out, but they replaced all the sound effects with Team Fortress 2 characters. I think they had Nonomi as the Heavy. They had Mari, like the track and field version. I don't know what it's actually called. The track and field version of Mari was the medic. I'm trying to think who the other two. Michiru. Michiru was the soldier. And I think Chisei was the demo. I think it was those four. It was a pretty funny video because like they actually like synced a lot of the sound effects for those, a lot of the voice lines for those four characters with a lot of their, like it is so silly. I would watch it because I know people on Twitch do like when they stream on Twitch can watch YouTube videos, but I can't do that here because that would be a, hey wait, this is a YouTube video that you're watching on a YouTube stream. Yeah, we can't let that happen. So anyway, I don't remember if I could, I don't know where the exact thing is, but I'm sure people could probably find it. Anyway, catacombs. Implacable Richelieu, this is the land of the entire area. Please take a look. Efficient as always. Thank you for your hard work. You're right, I don't see any sort of control device here, and the entire place is crawling with enemies. Wait, this is odd. Cardinal, didn't you say that each of the four horsemen controlled a set of pawns corresponding to their respective concepts? Yes, each horseman basically functions as a fleet leader. Whenever a horseman is reborn, the facilities here will automatically produce another pawn fleet for it. Things don't add up then. There are 4 different colored basilicas corresponding to each of the horsemen, but I'm only seeing one type of enemy here, red. Where are the other 3 horsemen's pawns fleets? Yeah. I see a large number of wreckages of unknown origin around this area. Maybe the 4 horsemen fought amongst each other, and one of them came out on top? Fighting amongst themselves, has anything like that happened in the past? No, but we've always never been in this exact situation before either. Furthermore, it's not unheard of for sirens to have pawns fight each other for experimentation purposes. That is true. Based on my experiences, that does sound somewhat plausible. But even if we accept that premise, it shouldn't lead to these results. Yeah, I don't think they would let one of the places like completely fall apart. Or they would let one just take control. They would want to still allow them to have other pawns. If they had just one group of pawns in their simulation, they couldn't get any data because what's the purpose of them at that point? They're just mindlessly minding their own business. They have nothing to fight, nothing to deal with, and that's really about it. Yeah, that would make sense why that would be very odd. We shall see. I am curious. Despite it being the largest facility and most severely affected by infection, there were very few pawns on the upper level. If what you said is true, shouldn't the Horsemen of Death have the largest fleet and be the strongest of the 4? So my question is, why are they not down here either? Oh, let me take a stab at that. Since only the Red Fleet is still remaining, that means the Horsemen of War was simply stronger. Yes, we know that. It's funny how there's 4 of them. They're like the 4 major factions, right? Yeah, that is true, but I don't think they're gonna work the same way as the Hang on, someone's at the door. Sorry, I had to go away for like 2 seconds. I'm back and I see you guys are just pointing in chat as per usual. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Hero being Captain Obvious here. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Mika XD. I was back to the question, Hero. What evidence do we have? We don't know if there's any inherent differences in strength between the fleets. If the Horsemen of Death had the largest fleet and should have been powered up from the infection, how did the Horsemen of War come out on top? I got nothing for you. Do you think this has something to do with concepts? Just like how the concept of sanctity just kept us safe earlier. Do you think something here is amplifying the concept of war? Yes. Maybe the fact that the 2 factions of the Irish Orthodoxy are at war with each other, technically. Or the fact that there is a gigantic war between Sirens and Khansen. Like, I'm thinking there is some outside influence on this. Just stop fighting for it. Or all of the 4 horsemen are fighting. Yeah. It could be. I don't know. I guess the bigger question is, does any... Because like they were saying, like the upper areas can influence down here. So what is there anything else that can influence up here? There is only ear. You mean war. That is a very unfortunate typo. Oh my goodness. Good, I reached the same conclusion. Cardinal, I will now conduct a little experiment to test this hypothesis. If I start to show any signs of abnormalities, please stop me by any means. What are you trying to do? We'll find out if I'm on the right track soon enough. Oh no. Implacable closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and began to chant in an almost imperceptible voice. When the lamb opened the second seal, another horse came out, a fiery red one. Its rider was— oh, she changed orange! Wow, that was easy. Its rider was given power to take peace from the earth. As the words of power flowed from her lips, a red mist began to diffuse from her body, just like the pawns around them. Wait, stop this right now, Implacable. Even as red mist flowed from her, Implacable ignored Richelieu's words and continued her chant. And to make people kill each other, to him was given a large sword. Eddie, Implacable, Implacable! I apologize for this. Wakunk! Ah, that hurt like hell! What in the world just happened? You have now been bonked by the Cardinal. Bonk. I hit you with a blank to snap you back to your senses. How are you feeling? Terrible, thank you very much. My mind's all foggy, like someone just hit me in the head. You have been bonked. But my little gamble paid off, right? When I was reciting those lines from scripture, something started happening to me, right? Yes, your body started giving off the same red mist coming off of those pawns, and you wouldn't respond to me. Almost as if I was being possessed by the concept of war, right? You said earlier that this space brought the four horsemen into being based on the Irish Orthodoxy's beliefs. What you just saw was a manifestation of the power of concepts here. And if the four horsemen are fighting over control of this area, then the concept of war would permeate every corner of the space. What about the concepts of death and famine? For pawns and mass-produced machines, these concepts do not exist at all. As for the concept of conquest, that would likely depend on whether or not they were given orders, correct? That seems likely. In other words, this space possesses a completely different set of rules on the horsemen compared to up above. Oh, I see. I get it. Your cat bit your leg. What? The canon meme is canon. No, like the nun getting bonked by the Cardinal is very much a meme, but it is perfect now. It was a meme for other reasons, mainly the way this certain nun is designed and how well endowed she is. I'll put it that way. Chat gonna be like. Anyway, by the way, how did the Orthodoxy try to fight against the Horsemen back then? I wonder if this is going to mean let conquest have its way with war, because conquest will have the orders to, well, do this. You mean tactics-wise? We didn't really have the luxury to pick and choose our fights, so we had to suppress them as we saw them. If you want further details on the exact nature of those operations, you'd have to look through the Tribunal's logs. I don't think that'll be necessary. You had us activate the purification stations at each of the four basilicas in a specific order, right? If that symbolizes the breaking of the seals from the scriptures, what do you think would happen if we defeated the horsemen in the opposite order? We'll follow the order of Vert, Noir, Rouge, and then finally Blanc. Given the diminishing strength of the first two horsemen, we should also take advantage of that opportunity to learn how to best fight in this space. Also, we use the conceptual anchors here to wait for opportune times to attack and avoid unfavorable fights. What do you think about my proposal, Cardinal? It's certainly worth a shot. We have more resources at our disposal now than we ever did back then. Excellent. In that case, let's move out while we can still seize the initiative. That's a very interesting situation. Horse, no. It's just standing there, chat, menacingly. That's a dog. Wait, that's just Pennsylvania. Oh, that skin has a very different feel now. That's gonna hurt her. Yeah, there she wins. It's 12k to that poor thing. MVP is our Sleepy. Sleepy is the MVP. By almost 2 times Richelieu. Doesn't seem like technology, more like straight magic, horseman and co. Well, it's... There's a lot of question I have about the Iris. Because, like, Algeria's whole thing back in Skybound Oratorio what was believed to be the sacraments. Then there was the whole concept of the Skybound Wall. So there's a lot of interesting things that I'm curious about when it comes to the Iris tech. And like now there's this whole like abandoned place that has the 4 horsemen and everything, which supposedly are images, they're not the originals. So I guess it kind of makes sense they're acting the way that they do, but the corruption being as it is kind of interesting. It's the same concept as Musashi's event, no? There's no central tower, though. I don't think. So I don't think so. Because, like, the entire setting of the game was very different. Yeah, there are 4 factions, sure, and they're technically fighting each other. But in reality, there weren't 4 factions in Musashi's game. There were 3. So I can't really say it's the same situation, not to mention there's also the lack of that central tower. You can't throw the basement into the basement. How does that work? What do you mean? One does not simply throw. I guess technically there was the defense team, so I guess there were technically 4. Yes, Tai, but Mikasa and Nagato were on the same team. They united, and it basically turned them into one faction. They were one faction from the beginning. They weren't intending to ever fight each other. So I really can't even call it that. I really can't separate Nagato and Mikasa as 2 different factions because they literally started and ended on the same team. There were always 3. Unless you consider the defense teams for each of the individual nodes that gave them points as a team, then no, I'd say there's still 3. Because you like, there's no way. I can't say it's a fair point to separate the 2 of them from each other, like the 2 of them from each other when they were allies from the beginning and ended as allies. Like, if there was one point where they turned on each other, sure, maybe they were then in it. They could be 4 teams, but they were allies through and through. Will Cheshire be one of the other horsemen? What is that? Why would she be a horseman, though? And that's how you create the backrooms. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Throwing the basement into the basement. Yeah, let's just no-clip the basement into the basement. You do that. You do that, and the backroom's just like, you can't do this. We're gonna throw you when you cheated. Your entire experience begins as it ends, and you cheated. Though you could argue that singularities are just glitching into another universe. Hence, they could be or no clipping. Sorry, you just no clip into another universe. I did like the concept of the back rooms. I mean, it kind of felt like the same. It's like it gave me a similar vibe to the SCP Foundation. Like, they both have very similar vibes, and I actually do like that. I think the only downside for Backrooms is it got a little too mainstream. And that came with all of its downsides. That said, there are still some amazing, like, backroom games that exist. And I think there's a guy, I think who has a pretty decent sized YouTube channel who's actually working on one right now. All right, here we go. We're gonna face the big boy. We're totally not prepared for this. Totally not prepared. The power of Honey Bunny will be tested. Instead of studying your cosplaying, what? Oh Lord, he coming! He coming! Oh! What is this? What is this? Oh, those are those. Oh, the frame rate is not liking this. Too bad, he's gone. Not bad music though. I'll give it a little bit. It's not bad. Ooh, I like what they're doing with that instrument. Like glitching effect that they're giving it. That's a post-processing thing, I'm pretty sure. Maybe like have it cut off a little bit. Unless he's just... No, he wouldn't be... Maybe. It's cool though. You had Warspite, she's very good. I wouldn't even say it's Warspite that did all that, to be honest. It's a pretty good theme though, I'll give it that. Have a proper music room in this game. I mean, I'm pretty sure people are probably wanting that like crazy in Arknights, especially after all of its, you know, crazy tracks it's released in recent times. New Jersey's been carrying since her release. Yeah, it's kind of hard to... Oh, hi, it's this one again. Ah, yes, this loading screen. was I saying though?
アイリスご加護
I completely forgot what I was saying. No, Arknights was winning that for a while. They've had so many really good tracks too. I guess the one downside to CC going away after I think number 12. I think there is 12 and that's it. Is we won't have that kind of thing happening much more. Hi again. How my streams do not get demonetized from that is amazing.
アイリスご加護
Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm in this like mixed mood about CC lately. But I mean, I understand why it's, what is it? I understand why it's going away. It's just kind of getting stale. Oh, I guess I should have expected that. I can't use you because you're in action.
そこそこです。同型官のお姉様方、シラとしてはシラへのごひいきに感謝申し、ずっと旅をしてきたから。期間たるもの、優秀も平凡も戦場でのみ見分けがつく。
I have not heard Mikasa's voice often. Oh wow, hi. Hey, in case you guys didn't know how old of a player I am. Here is the real. Oh, you know what? Actually, no, it'd be really funny using Blonde to fight Blonde. Oh, now why did I think of that? Why am I not using Blonde to fight Blonde and Vert to fight Vert and Nor to fight Nor? This is the first collab of the game, I believe. I think it's the first one that for all of the versions of this game. Nep gets excluded. Well, it's Rouge. It's not Nep. Yeah, I did. Yes, she's higher up there. The others are around, I think. I've not really used them. Yeah, there they all are. Where are their base forms? Do I have their base forms at all? Probably at 70, because I've not really used the Neptunia characters as much as I probably should. The only thing I can really say is it's the collab that to me makes the most sense for getting a rerun if they ever did it. Because they've worked with each other a lot. Do I just have a lot of spares? I just have a lot of Argus. And a lot of retires. Okay, I need to probably retire a bit then. Oh, that was a bug there. That was scary. How do you advance after P3? You mean go into like chapter C and D? There's a button on the bottom left of that screen that I think says hard mode. That's where you'd have to go for it. You're gonna have to level up your characters a lot more. I keep forgetting I'm using French. Which is funny because I use them as much as I do. Yeah, there's literally a button for it on that like mission menu. It's on the bottom left. And that'll take you to chapter C. You have to do chapter C then to get to chapter D. You can't just go straight to D. You have to go through C first. You need to make sure your characters are at least 70 to start C. If you're higher than that, it's fine. Usually D chapter is probably 90s to 100s. Sometimes I've seen them require 110s. But that's like few and far between. Been so long I forgot. That's fine. No, that's fine. This music does get that despair-inducing music, or vibe to it.
アイリスにご加護。
But it's one of those things that's just like, oof. Because it's like, it's got like the male choir, but it's also like, it's not like the feel, the general aesthetic feel that the male choir gives actually makes it sound more demonic than it does, you know, what choir generally is supposed to sound like. Neptunia is the first, Hololive was the second. Keys in the Eye. I think was the second. Sadly, I don't think we're ever gonna get... Hololive is probably the last one that would ever get a rerun if it did. Actually, Idolmaster probably. Well, that's a hard question. Would they touch the landmine, or would they go for the one with the less money? Because Hololive was huge, but then there was the whole debacle. Yeah, it's a Gregorian chant. Yeah. I like how he spawns there every time. So yeah, I think... Let me... faction other? Turn that off. So I think it was... And I don't have all the metas limit broken. I know I have their crystals, but I don't have them the limit broken. So if there's one that's missing a star like Arizona here, it's probably why. Yeah, we have the Keys in the Eye collab. And there are two things I remember from this one. The first being the infamous, what is it? Upset line, I think? And of course, how everyone feels on a Monday when they have to go back to work or school. If you were not awake yet, I think that woke you up. That one absolutely wakes you up. I think the third one was then Hololive, which I think had I don't know how to say it. Matsuri, I think is actually, people usually use the last name. Matsuri, Ayame, Shion, I think is this character. There's the maid girl, and then the infamous Fubuki who cheats. Yeah, there's Shitira Kami Fubuki, there's Minato Aqua. Am I missing one, or is that all of them? I think that's all of them. Yeah. For those that don't know why Fubuki cheats. Destroyer. What is this? Mio, yeah, Mio. Destroyer. What? Excuse me. Destroyer with the ability to screen clear. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You no good dirty cheater. Like, you could put the rainbow on her if you wanted to. You could It's not great because she only has 165. I don't even think you can put the. You can't even put the catapults on her. Yeah, you can't. But it's still the fact that this is a thing, which is so dumb. And then Mio, of course, is a stand user. Though she has a pretty smug face when you actually look at her. Look at that face. Do you think Yostar would be better off buying the rights to Ale and making it themselves? I mean, what are you thinking there? What are you trying to do with that? I guess is the bigger question. Because like technically they have publishing rights because they're their publisher. Well, they're partial publisher. Mio is the best out of the event that wasn't a submarine. Minato, I think, if I remember correctly, she actually was a pretty decent unit. I don't know if she still is, because I haven't, you clearly can tell I have not used her. I think, what was after Hololive? What was the event after that one? Was it Dead or Alive? Was it Dead or Alive? Or Idol Master, or I don't. I think it's Dead or Alive. And then I think it was Idol Master, and then it was, I forget what this one's called. And then we had Atlia Ryza. Gridman, yeah. Dead on Arrival. Oof. Yeah, we haven't had, I'm surprised, like, of course, I think there's an entire collab we're missing, but I don't know if we'll ever get that, because I don't think it's going to make any sense to a majority of us. Utawaremono, collab, I believe, is what that one was. Game, please. Why I don't have ability to move across the map? Why must I do this? Oh, it has them in order? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, it's fine. Gridman event, I did like the crafting system. That was actually kind of nice. It gave us kind of an interesting reason to do all of the stages. Hawk wants Nekopara collab. Oh, I mean, I'm not gonna mind at collabs. I always like seeing characters I know. Thanks for the 2 though, by the way, Sever. Wasn't Dead or Alive popular? Yes, but I think for... Hi. I think it was for other reasons, though. Yeah, New Jersey just kind of make this a little crazy. Do I have hero yet? No, I have not grinded that hard. Yes, no, Virtuoso, please. You are asking for it. You are asking for it, sir. Prince. Oh, what's her name? Oh, the Gremlin. I'm just calling her Gremlin. How's the low so far? Interesting. A lot of giving us a nice background to the French a bit. A lot of this does add more questions, but I don't know. The only thing I'm worried about is I don't know how much this is going to add to the overall scheme of things. Aside from us knowing that this kind of technology existed further back. But yeah, it's kind of hard to know. We need more to be revealed to us. Yamiromiya retired now. I would not say that. Also, hey, Meta, how you doing, man? The Imdens meet again. Oh no. But yes, we have our actual team that I'm working on, and we have this team that is just whatever advice gave us plus, well, except Hello Meta. So there's a lot of yeah, we were talking about collabs and everything. We were just, I think it was the order and specifically which character, because we were in the middle of doing enhancements, and I was like, oh yeah, hey, look, it's the Neptunia characters, which hilariously, some of their names are used in this event. Granted, one of them is like I mean, there's no obvious correlation between the two, but it's still something. Oh, what Claudia would have seen now? I don't know. Nick. No, we're not gonna do. I would rather not. I don't need that much fan service and appearing in front of me with Nikke. Girls Frontline. I mean, it'd be basically just having a whole bunch of runes added to the game, because a lot of them are kind of mentally unstable, if I remember, or at least just some of them are. How come you're playing in manual mode? I usually play manual. It's more fun for me that way. I'm not a guy that likes playing in auto. I mean, I'll use it when I need to, so like if I'm needing to multitask or just wanting to let the event run while I'm doing stuff, I'll let it run. But most cases when I'm like playing on stream, I want to play manual. Because it's more engaging for me to play than it is for anything else. Texas from Arknights and Azur Lane. Is this what is maybe we'll get Texas at some point. I don't know about Arknights though. It would be interesting. I don't know how they would invert it. Not everyone there is ruined. Oh, I'm sure. I think people would be a little bit scared to have, what, IDW and San Diego in the same room. How long have you played this game? Like, when did I first start playing? Pretty much around the time the game came out, which I think was August 20th. Well, for me, I think I started around August 20th, 22nd, maybe. What, 2018, 2017? I forget when it first came out. Like, I've been playing it for quite, I wouldn't say I'm one of the OGs, because I wasn't around for CBT, yeah, closed beta test. But I was, when the game first was, like, available on the Play Store, I pretty much downloaded it and played it. 2018. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure. I wasn't a CN player, or JP. I started on global. Told me again. I'm not sure what you're saying there. Don't make New York a monster. Also, this has really hit my frames a bit. Been a while since I've had a boss fight hurt frame rate. Alright, see ya, Meta. Texas. I'm assuming that the Azur Lane ship prototype Texas, or are we talking Texas from Arknights? I'm not sure which one we're referring to. 3-ish months before PR6. Oh boy, fun. We're see death's territory. Alrighty. Fatal error detected. Kaboom. Hero has arrived at the quest objective. That's like the one good angle about Hero is she's a gamer. That's about it. Come on, my dear horseman, I'm gonna turn you into juicy XP. However, Hero's energetic taunts were met with only silence. This is supposed to be the part of the Mirror Sea corresponding to the Basilica Vert, right? How come it's so quiet? We only ran into a few stragglers along the way here, roaming around as if they didn't have a commander yet. Quite unusual. I have a bad feeling about this, so let's stick together and try to figure out what's going on. It did not take long for the group to come across a series of remains in an open area. What formerly was a suit of armor was strewn across the water, seemingly crushed and torn to shreds. An intricate scythe was discarded nearby, leaving no doubt that this was where Vert, the Horseman of Death, met its demise. What in the world happened here? Sorry, the armor was destroyed so badly I couldn't distinguish it from the other wreckages of my previous recon report. We have one fewer giant mecha knight to go up against. Isn't that a good thing? Well, if it wasn't done in the right order, then what if that's the problem? No, quite the opposite, actually. The whole point is that we're trying to... Free everything, thanks for the sub. Do you see a player? What? I am confused. Because you're confusing me. Juicy XP, yep. Anyway, the whole point is that we're trying to defeat the horsemen in a certain order. Celia, are you able to analyze the traces left behind to track who's responsible for this? Certainly. The most conspicuous damage comes from siren shells, and these lacerations come from a massive slashing weapon. Neither pawns nor conventional mass-produced ships are able to cause this kind of damage, so that most likely narrows things down to 2 of the remaining horsemen. Given what we know about the armaments of the other 2 horsemen, war most closely fits the bill. For machines that do not know the concept of death, this space seems like a particularly unforgiving place to fight. Actually, you forgot another group that could have inflicted damage like this, the Metas. I did consider that possibility, but the beacon tracker hasn't picked up anything as of yet. That's assuming all the Meta ships play by the same rules. Not a bet I'm willing to hedge, though. Things would admittedly be much simpler if the Meta aren't involved. True. What led to you bringing up Meta all of a sudden, Implacable? I'm not sure if you've heard the news yet, but not too long ago we detected an unidentified Meta signal after a break-in at one of our repositories, where a number of cultural relics were stolen. Not a siren. There's a Meta out there that are currently targeting the Royal Navy? That certainly is a reason for concern. Thank you for sharing that bit of information with me. You're welcome, but the problem still remains that death has already been defeated. It's clear that we're no match for the Horsemen of Famine we ran into earlier, so we should continue to steer clear of it for now. I'm actually more curious about the status of the other horsemen now. We didn't pick up... Wait, was it? Did I misread, or was the first horseman we were running into famine? Or, not famine, war. I thought they were saying it's war was the... I might have misread it. I thought it was saying war was the one that was the like, clear victor. Not famine. Did I misread? Or is it saying that that the Horseman of Famine is standing and it's just somebody else that's just stronger than them? No, because right here they said they didn't pick up in war or conquest. I'm so confused. Crap. Now I need to go back and reread that because I'm like, did I mess that up? Shoot. Okay, I'll check that later. We ran into famine and fled from it. Oh, it was famine. Okay, I thought it was war. Oh, right, because the scales, famine. Never mind. I just thought it was war for some reason. Never mind. Yeah, it is famine. No, that makes sense because they mentioned scales, and scales is tied to famine. Yeah, that was very confusing. That was weird. The only reason I remember they're talking about famine is because of the scales. Never mind. Alright, we're good. We're good. We're good. I've cleared that up. We didn't pick up anything on either war or conquest during the previous recon. We've been fortunate that we only have to deal with the war's pawns and mass-produced ships. But if the Horseman of War truly is the strongest of the four, it probably still is out there somewhere. As long as we can confirm the existence of the other two horsemen, we technically will still be able to maintain the Great Order. If we have to scour the entire Mirror Sea, would it be more efficient to split up our forces? My forces will go search for a war. Do you think you can take famine and conquest? Are you sure? War should be the toughest of the remaining horsemen. The strength of the horsemen of conquest is still an unknown, so we both will have to bear some degree of risk. Very well then. Everyone spread out and avoid unnecessary combat. Remember, your priority is just to confirm the existence of the remaining horsemen. I think we're done with that one. Okay. Another way you could look at it is famine could be strong right now because the purification thing is taking care of all of the pawns up top, leading to a famine of whatever. Because like the corruption is something that needs that can happen on the surface, but the purification system's in play, it prevents it. Maybe that's what that famine means here, but it could mean something else. I don't know. It's a very weird situation. So death, as we know, at least is gone. So let's see how the others are. After splitting up, Argus and Royal Oak were tasked with locating the Horsemen of Famine. Even 100 eyes are not sufficient to locate my mark. Yeah, our target isn't in this area either. Wait, are those fresh wreckages over there? Let's see if there are any more clues of recent battles nearby. It might lead us to our target. Ah, carriers sure are amazing, being able to search wide areas so easily. I wish it could be that useful. Even though I'm a senior knight, I can't contribute anything at all with my naked eyes. Don't say that, Royal Oak. I can't deal with enemies charging straight at us the way you can. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. She is precious, chat. But here, why don't you use these binoculars? You'll at least be able to see further this way. Binoculars? Naval holiday themed commemorative binoculars from Visker Industries. Lens and frame only. Excellent magnification at medium range. Makes for a perfect collectible. Or so it says on the package. Why do you even have that? I originally bought it to repay Hermes for that hat she got me. For this hat she got me. Oh, the little crown? But I got sent out to this operation and won't get to see her for a while, so why don't you go ahead and see if it works fine? What is Hermes gonna do with binoculars? Is she gonna go cheat and look at the other person's hand with them? You are carrying a pot of greed. It's Argus, that's not saying much. Oof. Is Implacable dressed as a nun? It kind of looks like it. Alright then, if you don't mind, I still can't see that as far as you, even with binoculars. Yeah, but it's still better than nothing, right? I guess so. Alright. Well, a little too low for that. There we go. There you go, chat. What does Pot of Greed do again? I think it draws cards. I think it's one of the few cards that was banned in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think. No, Implacable is a witch. Oh. Beep. This is Baron, Light Carrier of the Iris Libre. My Royal Navy friends. Do you copy? Lady Richelieu has just located the Horsemen of War. It took quite some time to fight through the large number of mass-produced enemies, but we are now attempting to approach the Horsemen. We will also try to assess the combat power of its escort fleet. Over. Bryn's already found the target, so we better get a move on it. Oh wait, there it is right there. Well, look, I found my target as well. Hold on. Famine is currently in combat with war mass-produced ships. Also, Famine seems to have sustained serious damage. It's already been damaged? So the Horsemen really are fighting amongst themselves. According to Lady Implacable, the Horsemen of Famine should be defeated next, right? If the mass-produced ships manage to take it down, then we won't have to fight at all, right? This is Implacable. Everyone, can you hear me? We've made some significant findings while searching for the Horsemen of Conquest. I'll skip straight to the takeaway first. Conquest is still fine, but a strange situation has developed here. Hero and I are currently waiting outside the perimeter of Conquest's control area, so please regroup with us as soon as possible, as soon as you complete your recon assignments. Understood. We've confirmed the condition of Famine. It is currently in combat with mass-produced ships and has already sustained some damage. In any case, we'll be there shortly, Lady Implacable. My team is currently being pursued by enemies, so there might be a bit of a delay on our end. Do you need help? Not particularly. War hasn't made any moves as of yet, but the sheer number of mass-produced ships are slowing us down even if they aren't a major threat. In that case, I'll be waiting for you at the designated spot. Nobody knows what Pot of Greed does. Is it, I mean, all I know is it's one of the cards that was banned a long time ago. I don't even really play Yu-Gi-Oh, so I have no idea. Oh, of course you move first. Where are you going? Hold up, I thought you would have gone after New Jersey's team. Is that not a spot you can go towards? Yeah, so 3 of them are still standing, but Death, ironically, is defeated. Or Death died as it lived. Embracing death. Oh, this is recovering. Hello. Hang on. Hold up. Hold up. This is a different buff. The Silicon control device is recovering. Barrages will appear during battle, inflicting damage to all enemies in proportion to their HP damage. It's recovering. Interesting. Also, hang on, is this not a... No, so what confuses me is why it did this. Because it should have... Because even though this one was taken, it could have gone after this one, which made me... It can pass through its team. Oh, probably it can't pass through us. That probably is how that works. Never mind. It's been so long since I've had 2 Siren fleets do that. She has to go around her teammate. They can usually go through them. Maybe that's an off Siren thing. I don't remember. Yeah, this is different. Draws 2 cards is very simple. No, it is a very simple card. It's just a banned card because I think people used to just stack a bunch of it. Because there's no, you won't have problems finding the card you're looking for if you just keep drawing cards until you just have so much stuff. Yeah, I have to remember that. That might be what it is because we're there and we're already in battle. They can't just pass through us. They can pass through their teammates, but they can't pass through probably through us. So it makes me wondering, is this Death's area right now? Like in this game environment, and actually pay attention to which color is which. With no restrictions. Ah, yeah, I guess you would probably know that. You've seen the cards I do have available. including the one that looks like it's very important, but it isn't really that important at all. Can't wait for her rerun. She should be rerunning sometime this year. We don't know when. It's not going to be anytime soon because they never... It would be horrible if they did a rerun, a UR rerun after a UR event because people's new player cubes would just be completely destroyed. Unless you got really lucky. Well, even then you'd still get destroyed. Using Patagree to get all of Exodia. I saw a weird video for some reason. I don't remember where it was, but I was watching it because I was curious. Because I at least know about what the, like, getting all pieces of Exodia means. It's like an instant win. But I think I think the video I was watching, I don't understand Yu-Gi-Oh at all. But what was interesting was I think it was in the video was like a game, was like one of their games, I guess, and somehow both players had Exodia at the same time. I saw that and it was really, really, really weird. Because I was like, I don't understand what's going on, but I know that the win condition going to... When you get that win condition if you get it. But both players having it was really weird. Is Vittorio UR? No, she's an SR. She's a good SR though. Most of the Italians in the Dian Him are actually really good. So there is that. But yeah, that's like one of those things that feels like it should be a statistic and probability. The last time I saw something like that was, oh, what was it? I think it was it was a Texas Hold'em game. No, sorry, not Texas Hold'em. It was poker, like normal poker. Like the five card poker. And, I think it was a Royal Flush lost. I don't actually remember what the which one was the winner? No. It was oh yeah, okay, I remember. Four of a Kind lost to a Royal Flush. That was the one game I remember watching, and I was just like, what? Like, it was one of those, like, statistically improbable things, but it happened. And it just baffled everybody. I remember it was a Four of a Kind, I just don't remember which card it was. But for those that don't know, Four of a Kind and Royal Flush are the top three, like, two of the top three hands in poker. If you get either of those, you're generally considered a winner. But for the number 3 to lose to number 1 is, like, so statistically improbable. Where are we right now? We've already discovered that the Horseman of Death has been defeated, and we see Famine and War fighting each other, and I think Conquest, there's some weird thing going on with Conquest, if I remember correctly. But if we're talking maps, we just started D2. Alright, CPR. Have a good night, man. But yeah, it's really interesting when you get those statistical and probability things to happen. Doing polls today? Nah, yeah, we did, but no, what's her name? Blackable. I'm not too worried, though, like I said. I'm more interested in the lore at the
天の
moment.
裁きを受けよ。深き青の眠れ。いきますよ。深き青の眠れ。
I think I have a Dark Magician card. That's all I've. When I got to that scene, but what scene?
課された使命。
There we are. Inverted Basilica Blanc. The entrance to the facility was wide open, exposing the passageway leading to the central area. No enemies were in sight, seemingly leaving the facility unprotected. But Implacable and Hero found a completely different obstacle in front of them. Oh, some kind of weird energy field. Yeah, that didn't work. Slammed her fist into the wall of light, causing its holographic surface to ripple but not fracture. That probably hurt. Huh, weird. Implacable, can I shoot it real quick? Go ahead, just steer clear of the blast radius. What the hell, it bounced off. How is it so sturdy? It's made of light. I can see right through it. How annoying. Maybe it's similar to those siren blockade devices. If so, we'll need to destroy the power generator before we can proceed. I believe passing through the skybound wall requires you to... Hero, what are you doing? Unfazed, Hero leaned against the wall of light once more. I've got an idea. You basically said concepts can influence this mirror sea, yeah? So what if we simply believe in the idea that the wall will let us... I mean, I can see the... She's got a point. But I don't think that's how that works. I'm gonna laugh if it does, though. Oh my goodness. It's worth trying, at least. Exactly. Drawing a key symbol on it should do the trick. Watch this. I'm gonna perform a miracle. Open sesame! The wall of light continued to glow impassively despite Hero's efforts. No dice. Stupid bloody wall. That's the second HMS character to say the word bloody. I think you've got the right idea, but not the right approach. Let me give it a try. Implacable put her hands together, cleared her mind, and began praying oh no. My lord, I know thy works and thy strength. Thou hast kept my word and hast not denied thy name. Please open before me a door that no man can shut. However, her prayer fell on deaf ears. The wall remained impassable. Well, that did a whole lot of nothing. Perhaps open a door is too specific. Oh well, we're not in a rush. There are plenty of other things we could try. I was thinking she was about to start, like, believing in the concept of conquest, and I was like, oh no. Implacable, what are you doing? Trying to find a way through this wall. As you can see, it's blocking our path. Both shooting at it and praying did nothing. I don't know what else to do. You prayed to the wall. Let's not dwell on You know, out of context. That doesn't exactly sound like the smartest thing. What matters is we need to figure out a way through. Does anyone have any ideas? I may have one. Instead of trying to break through that wall, can't we try breaking through the stone instead? It's quite a blunt solution, but it should be more straightforward than going through the wall of light. Someone already tried that, it seems. Look. Implacable gestured towards a massive hole in the facility's stone exterior. Though the hole reached deep, one could see the same glow as the wall of light leaking through at the very end. Looking closer, it became evident that the wall of light was filling in the huge gap made in the facility. Look at the size of this hole. Did one of the horsemen do this? Who knows? Maybe it was trying to find a way through, just like us. I suspect this wall is the reason Conquest is still alive and well. I think I have a feeling who's on the other side, but we'll see. Like, there's more to it than just simply Conquest, I think. If even horsemen couldn't get through, there's no way my cannons will... Wait, I know. You're thinking about dropping bombs on it, aren't you? I already tried. While the facility's roof appears unprotected by the wall, aircraft lose all control when flying straight over it, for some strange reason. Figuring that out cost me a few planes. Whoever built this wall, be it Conquest or somebody else, they clearly did not want anyone breaching it. Then I suppose our only option is to locate and destroy its power source. My other suspicion is that Richelieu will be able to pass through it without a problem. That is my assumption right now. Good idea. If only we knew where to look. For all we know, the power source could be on the other side of the wall. But then it's impossible to reach. We cannot defeat Conquest. That would mean we're stuck in this place forever, unable to defeat the last horseman. But I think I have an inkling. The Orthodoxy built this place, so let us ask the Cardinal for ideas. Celia, prepare some refreshments. We'll take a minute to relax before she arrives. Oh, hello, Mr. Horseman. Oh, that is actually kind of cool. Now that I look at his weapon, it's a double-sided axe, right? But look, the scales are there. That's clever. I like that. It's such a small detail, but it makes so much sense. It's a double-sided, or whatever they call this, kind of great axe? I don't know what they call that. But you can see the tiny little things that represent the scales. That is really clever. I like that. That's really cool. It's the small things, man. The small things. The smallest of details can completely change something. Yeah, it's those type of scales. That's what the icon for famine has always been, I think. Yeah, that probably makes a lot more sense now that I pointed that out for people. I understood it because they were talking, because like it was one of the symbols that we've seen on the ship insignias. So like this weird mark that they've got. Bring in the scallywag! Here comes the scallywag! Their faces are just so derpy. I think I know who's behind the hole in the wall too, but I don't want to say anything. I want to see if I'm kind of curious. Personally, my suspicion is the device is on the other side, but the only people that are able to get through it are going to be Iris Libre or Iris Orthodoxy. So they need Richelieu there to be able to go through the wall, because that iterates on a theme, the Skybound Wall, something that is unique from the Skybound Oratorio event, which allowed Iris Libre and Vicia Dominion through, but anyone that was not from those factions was not allowed through. So that's why I'm thinking they need Richelieu there for that. It makes a lot more sense because it's something that we're familiar with. That was one of the unique features of the Skybound Wall. So we'll see. So I'm curious how this is gonna go. I'm assuming Richelieu is the correct answer, but we'll see. But yeah, the music for this place definitely does do a pretty good job. I think there's a few people that have had some pretty bad luck for this event. I wouldn't say I'm there yet. Then again, I have not been. I didn't have a lot of coin, so that's probably gonna be something I'll have to correct at some point. And people from Quebec are allowed, though. I don't think there are even any Canadian ships in this. Even though, yes, I think Quebec wants to be French. Not yet. We are I'm very close to unlocking her. We may actually have her soon. Where are we? That's not where you check. Where are we? That's how close we are. That is how close. We are a mere 2%, maybe less than 2% away. Oh, Chikolov's got a blueprint. And then, of course, Gremlin here has blueprints. She do be a gremlin, though, chat. That's why I'm using French here. Well, partially. It's also a French event, so there's that too. We'll probably be done with her. I want to say maybe at the end of this. Because let's see. It's what, 24 for 1%? These guys are 98, so we're probably getting about 3 to 4 or 5,000 XP a fight here. Boma Richard is more certainly a gremlin. Oh, nice champagne. But I imagine we should be pretty close to being done. Oh yeah, absolutely. Based in Furutaka filled. Or pilled. Ugh. What's wrong? Oh right, they rotated. How about Furutaka? I don't think you have to worry about that, considering you have hearts flying around you right now. Let's see. Oh, okay. Wait, I need to fix this. Zoom. Right there. Perfect. Yes. Head pat. Perfect. Lustrace has returned again. Spee is here. I need the one where she actually has a smile on her face. There it is. The one I needed from Spee, she gave us immediately. Oh, London! There's my London oath as well. A very, very, very happy London. Hand holding, yes. When did London get an oath skin? Oh, a while ago. Well, not like a very... A bit ago. I should probably say it that way. For me, a while ago is like over a year. I don't think it's been that long.
アイリスにご加護
But yeah, London's had an O-skin for a while. I think it was around the same time. Well, there were two others, right? It was around the same time Helena's was, wasn't it? I think it was when Helena's was added, maybe?
天の裁きを受け
I don't actually remember. That did a lot more damage than I anticipated it doing.
戦場に漂う魂
I don't know. I don't exactly remember how many there were. Was it in? Yeah, that was anniversary. Cause like that was like a string of them, right? Wasn't there 3 of them with that one? It was Saratoga. Was it London, Saratoga, and I think it was a French ship, wasn't it? Was it Forbane? I think. Forbane has one, right?
指揮官
I need to switch back to Iris. You have one, don't you?
剣を練習する理由
Yeah, you do.
ですか
Yeah, I think it was this iteration
確かに
where Forbane got one. I
ほぼ使いませんが
think
でも
it was London
自分の
Forbane
調子を
and
いつ
somebody
も最
else.
高の状態にすることができますから
Was it Helena?
戦いでいいこと
No,
は
it
あっ
could
て
have.
も
I think Helena's was by
悪い
herself.
ことなんて一つもありませんよ
Who was the third one? No, Saratoga? No, was it Saratoga? No. That doesn't sound right. Was that Saratoga's? Was it Southampton's? Does Saratoga even have one? I have not let Saratoga have anything besides that one skin I've left her on, which is literally this baking skin. Or no, the bear
私
skin.
ものよ
Does she have one?
サラトガちゃんの
Yeah, she does have one.
あげる
I don't know. I'd say a Hugh. Get you around, man. Yeah, Saratoga has so many skins, my goodness. This one... I think this is the one I missed. This one... This one... This one's cute, but it probably is gonna kill people in chat. Oh yeah, this one! I forgot about that one! She even says hi, Domo. York? It wasn't yet. I think Exeter. No, it wasn't Exeter. I've been actually kind of wanting her to get one.
今ですね
Must have been.
この世に運命
I actually really do like how Exeter looks in that one.
フォースで
I
私た
think
ち
she
が
has
惹かれ
one.
合
It's
ってい
pretty
ると
cute too.
感じました
Yeah, it's this one.
新しい
well,
ドリンクを試して
I
み
don't know
て
how to
くれ
feel
ま
about
すか
this. I don't know how to feel about this chain thing right here. I don't know how to feel about what I'm assuming to be a leash of some sort. There is a pledge outfit. I keep forgetting about that. You got Royal Economic first round of the. Oh, nice. You got, you got the drop. Kagakata thanks for the sub and Arashi thanks for the 10.
もしかしたら明石指揮官の神
August 1
様なの
Parsifal
かね
has rubbed off on York. Oh no. That is a concern, I think. That sounds like something to be concerned about. I checked all my. I think I checked all my secretaries. Yeah, they did. All right, we should be on the boss here. Oh, Southampton and Naganami. Oh, okay. Yeah, Naganami is pretty popular. That makes sense. I wonder how they go about determining who gets oath skins. Like, is it based on the artist or is it based on... That just absolutely destroys my frames. New Jersey, please. Thank you. How's my live stream doing? Pretty good. I mean, I don't know what you were looking for in live streaming. I mean, if you're talking about how much fun I'm having, then yeah, that's been pretty good. Here we go, chat. The lore. Conquest territory. A cup of tea for you, Implacable. I also made sandwiches if you'd like one. Can you just imagine, like, the giant knight Conquest is just sitting there, staring at them menacingly in front of the door, and he's like, why can't they come in? What are they doing? They put out a table. What? What is that? It's a pot of tea? Is this sandwiches? Are these fools eating in front of me? Also, thanks. Also, didn't I tell you I wanted to make the tea myself? Making tea is the duty of a royal maid. You'll have to forgive me for denying your request. You're so mean. I came up with a new brewing method, but you won't even give it a chance. Do you deny me at every corner out of spite or what? Spite? Perish the thought. I only do it because you have an unfortunate habit of making tea that is, mildly put, unsavory. Oof. Sad, implacable noises. They're not sharing? Can you just imagine? They're sitting in the middle of, like, they've got tea. They have tea and sandwiches. All of a sudden the wall comes down and the knight just walks over and just plops down. It's like, share. All of a sudden, famine out of nowhere, just reeing because food exists. Famine over here be like, no, we all must suffer. We all must suffer. Giant knight with a comically small teacup. He has to balance it on his finger. He tries to take a sip, but he doesn't have a mouth, so he just pokes himself. Oh, gosh. Meanwhile, famine is like dead sprinting it over to them because food exists and drink. He's like, no. There must be famine. We cannot have this. Plot twist that famine gets defeated because the Royal Navy throws sandwiches at him. Oh my gosh. That takes throw the cheese to a whole new level. I need to stop. I need to stop. I'm gonna get a headache from this. Oh my goodness. Oh god. Implacable. Yawn, my kingdom for a bed. What's taking Richelieu so bloody long? Do you think she might have encountered a horseman? Doubtful. This is the cardinal we're talking about. She's probably just inspecting buildings along the way. We've no reason to worry. Let's just relax and be patient. Hello again, ladies. Apologies for being so late. Are you alright? No brushes with death? Fortunately not. My trip went quite well. I broke off from a pursuing mass-produced fleet, then went to look for clues that may lead us to an exit. Sadly, I did not find any. What about you? How is the situation? Not great, since this wall of light stands in our way. At the moment, we're having tea time. Wall of light? That's a skybound wall. I'm sure of it. Did you activate it? What happened? No, it was already up when we got here. It's also strikingly similar to a siren blockade device. Are they the one and the same, perhaps? Without a doubt, this is a refined version of the skybound wall we saw at the Vicia-held Basilica previously. So does this mean that the Orthodoxy was already studying this technology? Was it developed in an attempt to control the horsemen? Oh. But that would mean you're trying to keep it out, or you're trying to keep it in, not out. That's the inversion of what the Skybound Wall was, isn't it? The Royal Navy pulls out sweets. Famine, is that chocolate? No. Is that chocolate? The funny thing would be all of the other like horsemen are just all now gathered around the table enjoying food, and the famine just like throws his weapon onto the water and just starts madly stomping the water. It's like, no, this can't be. No, my ketosis. Oh my goodness. But yeah, that's it, I quit. He just gets up and leaves. He just spawns another one of these black holes, walks through it, and just disappears for good. He never comes back. The rest of the horsemen are just like, oh. Okay. The reason the horsemen are fighting is because famine threw away their lunch. I'm gonna... I could see someone making like some kind of a joke comic of this. Anyway. But yeah, I think the original purpose of the Skybound Wall was to protect everyone inside from like the... Oh, it was a... Hang on. I know it was a line in... There's a line in Skybound Oratorio. Trying to remember. Give me a second while I try to find it. The Wrath. It was like something to do with them getting annihilated. Trying to remember where that one line is. So sorry if it's taken me a second. I don't remember exactly where specifically it was. Should be around the time. Okay, so it should be around here. When the Skybound Wall is unveiled, the next truth shall become manifest. God's light shall return everything to the flames of creation. That's what the lines were. For those that are not sure where that is chapter 21 of Skybound Oratorio. It's towards the very end. So that's what we're pretty much looking for. Anyway, but that would mean, I guess maybe that could be the truth then. It's not the wall isn't designed Is the wall designed to protect, or is it designed to contain? So I guess that's the big question, is we need to figure out which one of the two it is. Seal keep. Could be. Yeah. Or it could be a way to... It could be one way you could look at it. It's a way for the iris to contain them and then annihilate them. So like you lock them up inside the wall, and then it just like blasts, you know, it purges everything internally. That could be what that is. I'm not sure. We'll see. Anyway, let's continue. That doesn't add up. Someone must have improved the technology recently. But who was responsible for capturing this horseman? Vicia or the Tribunal? I don't think it's either. Actually, neither option seems likely. Why would Vicia ignore the situation on the surface level and make the situation down here even more difficult? Assuming the skybound wall is actually capable of holding in a horseman for good, then we must then ask, why did only one wall get built instead of just containing all four? Either imprisoning them this way was too difficult, or whoever imprisoned this one didn't want to do the same to the rest. This may just be like the situation on the surface. While there was a way of containing the problem, it was deemed too difficult to sustain, and later abandoned. The one possibility we cannot ignore is that this is actually a trap laid for us by the sirens. You're right, maybe its purpose isn't to keep a horseman confined, but rather us. The only reason anyone would have to enter this Mirror Sea is to eliminate the four horsemen. And what better way to do that than luring all our forces in one inescapable area, using an immobilized horseman as bait? Yes, but you can't get in. If you can't get in, then what's the entire purpose of that trap? Because otherwise, this is what, the prisoners, what do they call it? The prisoner's dilemma? I think? Is that what they call that? The prisoner's dilemma? No, maybe not. It's not that one. What is it? It's the one where they're locked on they're locked in a room, but they're locked from the inside and there's no way for them to get out. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway. All theorizing aside, do you know how to dispel the skybound wall, Cardinal? She should be able to go through it. Destroying its power generator would be the simplest way. However, considering the apparent laws of this Mirror Sea, another solution may be to conceptualize the wall away. I already tried praying for the door to open, and that didn't work. But maybe something like this will. And when he had opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven. I saw the seven angels which stood before God. Oh, here we go again. No, stop it once! Ow, you you don't need to shout! I love how the Richelieu bonking implacable is a thing in this. I'm just trying to stop you from doing something stupid. Remember what happened the last time you tried to recite the second seal? If your faith is not strong enough, invoking the concepts within this Mirror Sea is extremely dangerous. Why? Because I would lose myself to them? That is my theory, and I don't want to see it proven. Allow me to try instead. Very well. Show us how it's done. Okay, we'll see. Blackwell took a step back and suddenly observed the Cardinal, whose faith far better represented the concept of the Irish Orthodoxy. Facing the wall, Richelieu put her hands together and began reciting a prayer. My Lord, I know thy works and thy strength. Thou hast kept my word and hast not denied thy name. Please open the barrier. Please open the door before me, a door that no man can shut. The skybound wall shimmered and then dissolved, revealing a path to the other side. Yeah, so it wasn't exactly Richelieu goes through it, it was more of Richelieu needed to do it. So I guess I was half right. I can't take the full win. I can't take the full credit for it. We get the partial credit here. Maybe right there, yep. She just prayed the wall the way, easy. But it does make me wonder why the skybound wall for that one was made. Was it going to assume that, or was it to assume that we would have to, that would be the worst one? Because like famine is strong for sure, but if conquest is the only one that's sealed, there's either one of two things: someone tried to keep it in there because they feared the worst with it, or someone else is doing things here. You're gonna do a model kit? That sounds like fun. Faith of a mustard seed? What? I'm gonna go do some prayer, Rishi. Silence. Silence, wench. I mean, Conquest does seem like the one that would probably be the most fearful. It will be answered. Oh, I'm sure. I do this thing where I like to, like, kind of say what I'm thinking at the same time so people know where I'm going with this. So that's really all I'm doing. Conquest could order the others around. Yeah, like it's some super siren. Well, you know what I mean. When you think about it, it's not something that'd be too uncharacteristic of sirens if you look at it too. So you have, like, for example, observer, emitter, compiler, purifier, and all of them. Tester, I think, as well. But then you have, like, observer 0. So it wouldn't be an unheard of concept. Or, like, I guess another way you can look at it is arbiters to, the arbiters to observer 0. Famine just needs a Snickers. I feel like this thing would be melting almost instantly if it was there. I kicked a lot of players out of my guild for inactivity. Why do so many people play AL? Well, I mean, people's interests will come and go. It's normal. Some gachas are a lot harder to put down than others. I mean, there's at least 1 or 2 I've abandoned in the past. Actually, probably more than that necessarily if I think about it. So like, it's gonna depend on you know, what you're interested in the most, and if it keeps you interested or not. Like, Arknights is a game that's gonna be pretty hard for a lot of people to put down just because of the way it is. Like, at the same time, it could also be, you know, if people aren't that interested in it, they would probably just drop it relatively soon. Same thing with Genshin, same thing with Azur Lane, same thing with every other gacha that exists. Now that I think about it, it's like I've dropped, what's it called? Alchemy Stars relatively quickly, because it just made me want to go play Arknights instead. Arknights is probably going to be probably one of the harder ones for me to put down, just because of all the things that you can do when you have no sanity. You know, there's still, like, it's a game that you can still keep playing even if you have 0 sanity. Because there's a whole bunch of things you can do. For some people, you know, Azur may be the only gacha they play, and at that point, that's not really a bad thing for them. Could be the same thing with, what is it? Arknights. I know Viper's a person that keeps playing Arknights. I think it's really his only one he wants to keep playing. Or at least, I don't know. I know he's got others he's looking at. I know Talk also is. I don't actually know what all Talk Desk is covering, but I know he used to play Azur lane, but he hasn't anymore. So people's interests will come and go. That's just how it is. I know I've had to kick people in my guild. I probably have had to kick a few. There's probably a few that could be kicked right now. I don't necessarily know. You ever gonna do NeuroCloud again, or is it done for? I don't know. If I have time for it and there's an interesting event going around, sure, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like the game that's really the most entertaining to stream. Like with this one, with Azur Lane, I at least have the interactivity of like how the lore, you know, me being invested in lore. Arc Knights will always be somewhat entertaining to watch because there's so many ways for people to solve a stage. And everyone may be like, I never thought of that. And they may try it. Not saying that I'm going to come up with some like 2000 IQ strategy that just magically works, though I've occasionally had some strokes of genius. I'm not that brilliant. We're so close. We have to be. What were you saying? London, keep the famine away. Pet Belfast talk. I don't even have her as secretary right now. Alright, we're on to the last one. This will give us some even more... Another section of some juicy lore. We'll see. 2 strategists this time. What? Wait, that's New Jersey's team. RIP. It's alright. Well, this will be quick. This will be quick. Wrong team, but it's fine. You get the ammo bonus at 4 and 5 anyway. That was over quick. All right, let's just let me just switch teams here. The default. I don't know why it defaults to. Well, it is the top team, so maybe that's why. I never figured out why it does that. Sometimes it defaults to the bottom. Sometimes it defaults to the top. Where can I get that head petting to? I mean, if you're on Discord, you can just message me and I can give it to you. I don't mind doing that. Certified honey moment. The power of Honey Bunny cannot be matched. But yeah, if you're on my Discord, you can just message me. It's fine. I don't generally have any rules against that kind of stuff anyway. Though I should always say, people can message me on Discord, it's just, it usually takes me a day or two. There's one person who I need to, I think this weekend I should be able to resolve one of their things anyway. I've been meaning to read one of their things. They sent me something lore-wise that they were wanting me to look at, so I gotta look at it this weekend. I've just not had the time, I feel so bad. Funny thing is, no one's gonna know who this person is aside from the person if they're even watching right now. Is your guild open? Futarun. Oh. Ah, yes, him. I am well aware of this person. Let me see. Is our other. Oh, hey. Kyoko's on. I'm gonna send him a waving bully. He may not notice. We'll see. Is the man, the myth, the legend online? Where is he? A visionary. He is online. Or he was an hour ago. No. Not Himmel. For those that don't know Kyoko is the person that did that artwork I showed earlier. So this is actually one of the artists themselves. So. But everyone, I imagine a good number of people here know Himmel. At least I imagine the man, the myth, the legend, Himmel himself. Also known as the one who says lamp. Oh, did I not accept? Right, I keep forgetting I have to go to this page to start a guild thing. God. No wonder I wasn't getting anything for this. Did mine finish? Oh, okay. I keep forgetting this stuff. Yep. Wait, why did it prompt me? I was on this one earlier. Never mind. Okay, that's weird. No, so like usually I'm never on this page because I just kind of forget it exists half the time. I mean, because I usually go to this page to check this one. Let's see, 5 days. I like how Soul Royal has been here probably since the start. He was online 3 hours ago, yet this man somehow is still level 49. I do not understand. This guy's goals confuse me. I do not understand how this person is level 49 and is still active. What do you do? Do you like log in, pet your secretary waifu, and then log off? Doing like a health check or something? Let me see. I think we're full. I'm not seeing any significantly long days. Dion's getting there. With this being a new event, there's this possibility he'll come back. Kai is at 9. We usually go to 14 here because I would need to do that now, especially since probably no applications right now. That's a first. Look at the lobby, Burp. What do I need to look at the lobby for? Oh, you mean the chat? That they need it optimized. I really shouldn't load it through here. Faust, please. This is old chat, though. I don't load it from here. I never load it from here because of that. Oh, I need to change that policy. Oh, they have not fixed this still. Oh no, we are 57 of 60. Never mind, we got 3 slots. Okay, there's the ID. If you're on a Aurora server, that is. There's the ID. Can you add friends on other servers? Unfortunately, no. Oh, hey, she got Celia. Okay. Aurora. So everyone's original Russian girl. Let's see, what do we have here? Lugia rocking the Racing Queen, she don't know. Mains just fired something down the hall and nobody was there to get hit by it, so it just kind of happened. Adrift is hiding. Adrift's secretary is getting Mike Wazowski'd. Oh, that is the... No, not Drift, a Rift. We have Helena and a Kazagumo. A Bismarck, a whole bunch of... I mean, this doesn't surprise me. We have a whole bunch of Implacables right now. This is that one girl from the collab. I forget her name, though. She's, one of the 2... I forget what race that... No, one of the 3, because Kala Ideas technically was one of them, too. She's Claw Girl, though. Yeah, I can't. Leela? Is that what it is? Leela? I don't remember. Sari? No, Sari's the other one, I think. Guess I'll try to join. I mean, you should be able to join. We've got 3 members. We got 3 members for space. cancel. Do people actually sit on these chairs? I don't think I've seen people sit in the chairs here. I'm actually kind of surprised everyone's all over here. I usually have like half the people here and half over here, and then like one person in the middle for some reason. Oh, she has a broomstick. I never noticed that. What's that manju hiding? Wait, which manju? Where? Oh, that one. I don't know why he's hiding. Yeah. I know, but I kind of wish there was a bit more interactivity for all of this. Now I'm kind of wishing we had a like for the instead of the dorm. This is completely unnecessary, but because one of the problems our guild is running into is look how much of this we have. We have 49,000 of this. We're not gonna burn through that. If there was something we could do more with this, that would be great. Please. You got room. It's not like I'm gonna deny you. Though I don't think you're gonna be in the thing here now. But yeah, like having the ability to customize these places like you can with dorm, that'd be really cool. You know, and then if we want to get like unique furniture for Super Spartan's over here now. Oh hey. No, now you're just over here. Super Spartans all off on their own. Need to buy those tech. Do I? Which ones am I still missing? Oh, oil storage cap. I should probably do that eventually. Yeah, I should probably do that. Warehouse expansion might help as well. We're maxed out on everything. Oh, no. Stop. How do I? Cease. Yeah, like we're done with the research here. Oil and coin. I think yeah, these both need to more. I spend all this on other things. Maybe I should start focusing on these eventually. We'll do that one of these times. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff for I'd like to see more things with guild. I'm not saying a size increase is necessary because I don't know how many players are looking for guilds right now. I keep saying dorm. What's service Hawkeye? Aurora, the oldest. Augment storage, more dock space. Yeah, that does help out a lot. Getting more dock space through guild was a kind of a nice thing. Like the fact that guilds actually have, like the very idea that guilds can actually have an importance now is kind of great. Shino knows things are coming. I've not actually gone to the backline pan and actually seen the butterflies come in. That's actually really cool to see the two butterflies at the top and bottom come in, then converge on each other, and then make that pattern. Yeah, I mean, it's the guild giving free dock space, well, pseudo free. You guys know what I mean. Is a huge thing. Getting more of that would be nice. What are the requirements to join your guild? There aren't any. You just need to send in an application. As long as there's room, you'll get in. The only thing you'll have to worry about is if you're not logged in for like 14 days in a row, you're more than likely gonna get kicked. Now, if you make if you let any, like myself or any of the people that manage the guild know ahead of time that you're gonna be taking a break, or like for whatever reason, like say you have to go do some job training and they don't allow you to you won't be on your phone like at all or whatever, then that's fine. As long as we generally know why you're gonna be away, we won't probably kick you then. But yeah, we're pretty casual when it comes to the guild. The only thing we have to worry about is people being inactive for too long. But yeah, people in there. We have a quite a variety of players though. We got players that are very min-maxy and players that are just like, I'll put whatever there. I'm already at 5. This is the last fight right here, I think. She's a lot taller than I thought she would be in this drawing. Brunhild. But yeah, that's really the only requirement. Is as long as you're active, it's all that matters. You don't need, like, if you're not gonna participate in the events, I mean, it's fine. It hurts you more than it hurts us, because we know we're gonna get them filled. That's like the thing we've never. I don't think we've had a week where we've not finished the hardest weekly objective. So yeah, it's kind of one of those like super casual things. You kind of have to like really mess up to not be in it anymore. Sheffield Wednesday has a voice now. Oh, cool. That's good to know. You're in the unholy middle ground between min-maxing and casual players. I generally only do it if I feel like I need to. In most cases, I just kind of do it innately nowadays without realizing it, and I just say, it's overkill, whatever. It's a horse! Famine has come for the sandwiches! We must defeat him! Gosh, the lag on that is insane. Alright, here we go. The girls walked forward into the passage, encountering several more layers of skybound walls which Richelieu dispelled in identical fashion. Impressive work, Cardinal. My faith pales in comparison to yours. Because this is a matter of faith, not your technology being biased towards you, right? The skybound wall, like the other sacraments of the Basilica, originated from the Irish Orthodoxy's beliefs, so probably. It may simply be a case of me being more familiar with the root origin of the wall than you are. I'll just have to take your word for it. Hey, Implacable, there's a bunch of inactive mass-produced ships in this area. Presumably products of the Mirror Sea. I imagine them being offline is the reason we're not seeing fog already. Let's ignore them, since they're not doing anything. And pass up on all that free XP? Come on, let me at him. Don't be daft. Until we understand how this place works, I don't want you accidentally waking up the horsemen. If it's an exercise you want, scout ahead and give us a sit-rep on the horseman's status. Whatever you do, don't touch it, and don't shoot at it either. Lame, but fine. I'll try to behave myself. Plot twist, the horseman's gone. Hey, Implacable, pretty sure I found Conquest. It's big, it's white, and it's kind of just sitting there behind the wall of light. The rest of the team caught up with Hero and arrived in the hall where the Horseman of Conquest was imprisoned. It's unresponsive, like the mass-produced ships and pawns we saw on the way. I'd hate to fight that giant in this cramped place. That's not all. I found something else besides the Horseman. Looky here. Hero trotted up to one of the giant columns supporting the structure's ceiling. Behind it, there was a human-sized cage encased in the skybound wall. Oh. One could make out the features of a shipgirl trapped inside of it. Who is that? Judging by the horrific state of her rigging, she can't be one of ours. Do you recognize her, Hero? Can't exactly see her face. My guess is she's an Orthodoxy girl. Is that the Galationnaire? What is a member of the Tribunal doing here? I'll create an opening. Let's get her out of there. Ah, the meta form of her, right. I remember this. Boy, I've not slept that long in ages. It's a meta girl. Morning, or good evening. What time even is it? Hello, you're not from this world, or should I say branch, are you? Nope, but it's a pleasure to meet you, Cardinal, from another branch. I'm a Galationnaire of the Ashes. Ah, she's an Ash. You're with the Ashes?
Seems our beacon tracker was useless, so some of you do have a way of evading our detection. Hey, I remember you. Implacable, Royal Navy aircraft carrier, right? You're a long way from home. What you doing here? Catching the thief who stole from one of our repositories, it seems. Whoa, excuse me? You're accusing me of something as lame as stealing? I've got way better stuff to do. Okay then, why are you here? To bust up a siren test site, duh. I mean, this was a test facility, that is true. You've also seen the experiments the sirens have been conducting here, haven't you? If this place continues to run, things will get real ugly for your branch, real quick. Once I got down here, I could tell that the sirens were exploiting the concepts of the four horsemen of the apocalypse to develop self-reinforcing superweapons. As long as those factories keep churning out pawns, the horsemen will keep getting stronger and ad infinitum. On the bright side, stopping the experiment is also simple. All you need to do is shut down the factory and seal the horsemen in reverse order. They've got two serious weaknesses. One, their reliance on concepts. Two, that they'll go at each other's throats like pawns if given the chance. Oh, so they will attack them? They'll attack each other over the ship girls. That's some important intel. Also, yes, this does not sound like something the sirens will do. Then again, she may not be aware of this. I don't know. The Ashes generally tend to be pretty aware of things. So I came up with a plan to take advantage of both of these things. First, I turned off the stabilization device, letting all four horsemen loose so they could start going at one another. I set up Famine to take its army and go up against Death, and after Death had been damaged enough, I went in and dealt the finishing blow. I'm making it sound easy, but I shouldn't have to tell you that you don't kill a horseman of the apocalypse in one afternoon. Anyway, I ran back the same playbook and got War to attack Famine next. But that didn't work as planned. Famine's survival instinct seemed to be too strong, and so it kept running away every time the situation was unfavorable. So I thought about trying to use Conquest to take out both of them at once, but as for how that turned out, you saw that for yourself. As for how I got into this mirror scene in the first place, all I'll say is it's one of the perks that comes with joining the Ashes. I'm pretty sure we all know at this point. In other words, you were thoroughly defeated and have been trapped here ever since, waiting for someone to rescue you. Look, I just felt like getting in on the action, alright? I attacked the darn thing and I kinda walked into a trap. Are you really a member of the Ashes? You're nothing like what I've heard about the others. What? Not gloomy enough for you? I'm just new. Not gloomy enough for you. Oh, that explains a few things. Still, can't you Ashes go toe-to-toe with the Horsemen? Your convoluted plan seems unnecessary. Look, this is still some dangerous Antiochus tech we're dealing with here. Besides, why fight if we can just outsmart them? Work smarter, not harder. Yeah, that's... Seems the joke was on you. Oof. Oof. I remember she was not very smart. Like, normal version of her is not very smart. She'd rather go beat things up than outsmart something. So this inversion is hilarious. Did you say something? Sorry, I was just thinking out loud. You said you're here to destroy a siren test site. I do find that interesting. I was under the impression the Ashes had much bigger fish to fry. Don't tell me, you got sent here to do grunt work because you're the newest of the bunch. Grunt work, huh? You don't know anything about us Ashes. We've been fighting Antiochus way longer than any of you. But you ran into a trap? Yeah, so what? Waste your breath on someone else. Technically, a whole bunch of Ashes ran into a trap. Tower is the only reason some of them are alive. Actually, most of them I think are alive. We don't know where Fuso is, though. No need to get worked up. Our goal of fighting the sirens is the same. You still want the test site gone, no? I don't see why we can't work towards that together. Think of it as repaying us for rescuing you. You want to team up? Fine by me. But I'm not repaying you for anything. Even if you hadn't come along, someone else would have eventually let me out sooner or later. I don't know about that one, Chief. While I prefer to work alone, I'll make an exception this time, since you technically did give me a hand. In exchange, your lips are sealed about my little slip-up, got it? What, you don't want the rest of your superiors to know you got caught? Yeah, I feel like she might be missing a few bits and pieces of information there. I'm not talking Implacable, I'm talking Galaxinair. Repulse and Renown. It wasn't just the two of them. Helena, Memphis, Enterprise, Takao, Fusel, all of them walked into a trap. Tower is the only reason they exist right now. Because I'm pretty sure Tower is the reason they got sent to other branches. Also, that is a very interesting face. He kind of looks like he's ringing a bit. Oh, I need more aviation. Okay, well, I will take out one and replace it with oh, this is still raw navy. I shall take out one of them and replace it with Shinoda's already in here. So let's just throw in another carrier. Where is our rainbow girl? There you are. Problem solved. This is the Shiny's fleet. This is the shiny fleet. Hey, look, it's still, and I also kept it as a full Oath team. I'm not gonna take. Is she done? No, I can't because I can't because I can't. All right, let's make sure York still has her stuff. I know I moved a bunch of planes and stuff around. Yeah. Do I need to give her the rainbow back? I'm still working on her skills, but we're almost done. Yeah, I was looking at this like, I don't think it requires it. Alright, so let's just put, let me yoink this off of you then. And this is boss, so I'm not totally going to give you a wyvern. Oh wait, I forgot. You can. This is the put anything here slot. This is probably a heavy armor, so torpedoes would probably still be better. Do I have one of the German yes, I do. I only got 3 of them. I'll let her borrow it off Enterprise for now. And might as well iterate on that and just let it take Enterprise's gear. Boom. There we go. Perfect. We should be good. Time for more lore. Can I borrow your gear, sister? 1 or 2 run. Probably through. Wait, hold up. This is different. This is different. Excuse me? We're going straight into a custom fight. I'm sorry, did I see Richelieu and Van... I'll double check that again in a second. Failure detected. This makes it the third Ashes member we've made contact with. What do you think about her, Celia? She sounds simple and straightforward, and it's great that our goals align. However... Yes, go on. She also talks too much. While we did rescue her, she's under no obligation to tell us anything. I can't put my finger on why, but it makes me uncomfortable. Well, sometimes the simply knowing things from them might cause a change of action, so they have to be careful. Mull it over a bit more. You're not the only one who thinks the same way. I can't find any fault with her so far, but something still feels amiss. Is it because I'm naturally inclined to distrust the Ashes, or is it something more tangible? At any rate, keep a close eye on her. As you wish, Implacable. I don't know how to feel about Richelieu being Vanguard right now. Richie, what you doing? Richie, what you doing? Richie, what you doing? Richie, Richie. Yo, I found the Horseman of Famine. Looks like it's about 40 or 50% busted. Honestly, pretty surprising though, considering it fought like a million mass-produced ships and still came out on top. So what's the plan? It's limping. Now's a good time to strike. Then strike we will. Let's not waste this opportunity. I will accompany the Vanguard. Implacable, can you watch over Byrne in the meantime? Of course. Warlord, you'll take point and direct the artillery fire. Assist Richelieu and Gaussienaire in a frontal attack on Famine. Argus Byrne and I will provide aerial support. Very well. I suggest launching your attacks from the opposite direction. Yes, Implacable, I swear I will not disappoint you. Come on now. Come now, ladies. Let us put an end to this wretched harbinger. Oh, she's AP. Nice. My frames. My frames. This is a very, very, very... You could tell this is I'm sorry, I just said no mercy. What? Kaboom. Our cannons cannot penetrate it, even at this close range. This time, surely. Did that thing just dodge your shot? So much for being halfway dead. It would seem our enemy's combat ability rivals that of even elite sirens. I could see now why Gaussienaire opted not to fight it head-on. This can't be happening. Even with Implacable, Richelieu, and support from the Ashes, we still can't defeat an injured horseman. You still keep going at it. Small correction, our Ashes ally isn't doing much of anything. But Gaussienaire, what are you doing? Didn't you say you'd help us? I am helping. Can't you tell I'm praying? Excuse me? Don't tell me you're praying for it to give up. Give up? No, more like blow up, literally. O benevolent Iris, whose holy words I heed, whose divine will I carry out. Take my enemy as your own, feel my fury as your own. Grant me strength, grant me the power to cleanse this evil from your world. Gaussienaires' echoing prayers swept like a rejuvenating wind across the battlefield, instantly dispersing the noxious energy that infested it. At the same time, the Black Horsemen staggered as the tide of battle began turning in the shipgirl's favor. What in the world? The Horseman is weakening? Yeah, now hit it with all you've got. Let's see how tough you really are, skinny boy. Okay. He's like, no, my horse. How dare you have sandwiches in front of me? What am I looking at? What? I was not prepared for that barrage and then just suddenly dead. A thunderous explosion struck the colossal horseman, breaking it apart like a stone golem, never to reanimate again. Hell yeah, suck on that. What do you think of me now, huh? Clearly I misjudge you. You live up to the name of the Ashes. Thank God you're on our side. This alliance is only temporary. Keep the praise coming, though. I must ask, what did you do back there? What do you think? I offered a prayer and it was answered. That's how this test site works. No reason not to exploit it. Meaning you manifested a concept? Bingo. Well, kinda. You can't just make up any you can't make any concept real. It's gotta do with faith. Other stuff from the Orthodoxy's religious text applies as well, since it's where the four horsemen come from. That much I already know. It's the reason war and conquest become stronger than death and famine. Or became stronger than death and famine. Did you try praying for yourself? Yes, I recited a verse from the scriptures and something started happening to me. Luckily, Richelieu stopped me before I could finish. By bonking me. Are these concepts really that dangerous? No shit, they are. Embracing the horseman's concepts is like inviting the mirror sea inside your head. Use your brain before you pray. Don't go around offering words of power to a harbinger of doom. Speaking of which, you'll want to figure out how to manifest your faith sooner rather than later. What do you mean? My own prayers can only have a very limited effect on you. You need to play by the Mirror Sea's rules as well, or the Horsemen of War will blast you off the face of the earth. Is it truly that powerful? I'm not kidding here. Since the very concept of war empowers it, you're gonna make it stronger when you go to battle with it. You can overcome those gains, but your conviction needs to be strong enough. If you want a safe bet, pray to the Iris. That's how you got through those walls, right? Implacable, I think you should take her advice and sincerely pray. If only for practical purposes. If that's what it takes to defeat the Siren, sure. Can I do it right here? No, praying is a sacred act. You are my ally, and I will not condone you treating the Holy Iris without respect. I suppose it must be done in a reasonably dignified location, huh? First, we'll need to find a place matching that description, shall we? I like how that was also like a 10-minute fight. Oh, my back just popped. That felt weird. Ugh. You're preheating your pizza crust in an air fryer. Why not just... You're just doing the whole crust? Wait, why? Green. Okay, it's green now. Yeah, I need to check the buffs. Garages will appear during battle, inflicting damage to all enemies in proportion to their max HP and recovering the HP. Oh, so it heals me. Hurts them, but heals me. Okay, that's nice. I like that. Iris Libra get buffed here. Your prayers have been answered, but by whom? Your Royal Navy ships gain 3%. Okay. But by whom? Whomst. The buffs of the traffic light. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Who has answered the prayer of the traffic light? Meta Showdown. Is she the Meta Showdown? Or is it Queen Elizabeth? Queen Elizabeth was revealed. So eventually someone in chat was compelled to do Aeon. Thanks for the 357 though. We're starting this again, huh? March 9th. Yeah, which, I mean... when this event in March. Well, that's rough. How much time left do we have on the showdown? I know we're getting close. I think there's still at least 2 weeks.
戦場に漂う魂に永
Or at least around 2 weeks, I think. Also, let me see. Are we done?
カカ
Hey, yo, he's done. Boom.
あなたが英雄さんですね。私自由アイリ
We
ス帝
have
国から
her.
やってまいりま
Is
した。
done.
ブレストと言います。この
Is
出会い
gold
に
ship.
導かれたからにはお互い
Well, metas are generally going to be a rarity up, but if Queen Elizabeth is battle pass, that is like the ultimate humiliation. Not even in meta form is she allowed to have. Is she allowed to be an SR? Well, that leaves me down to Harbin. Boosh. Start development, but I can't actually work on her yet. So with the faith, is this how Watatsumi? What? Supposedly, because they do kind of like they did that ritual. It's similar in nature, actually. I like how I have 51 prints for her. It's just gonna take me a while to get everything unlocked. Yes, I know. Wait, no, I didn't mean to click shoot. Well, that's done. And I think that's all of the milestones for coins related things. I think now we're just into this stuff. Yep.
こんなによくしてくれて、もしかしたら明石指揮官の神
Also,
様
there's
なの
several
か
things for
ね。
the 234. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's very similar in sorts the... Yeah, I was gonna say, sorts the retire, which is really weird. Studying Harbin, gross. I've got no one else, practitioner.
等しく破滅をくれてやる。
It won't be that hard though, considering I've got a good number of Dragon Entry that are good enough.
アイリスにご加護。
天の裁きを受けよ。
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Not that it's gonna be hard to do. The two missile destroyers are gonna probably make it a breeze because of how powerful they are. I just gotta do a +1 with them.
シャンパーニュに課された使命。
And if I wonder if they still qualify for Amazon's buff, but it's probably not gonna be anywhere near as much as just bringing a third Dragon Emperor. I should probably, yeah, I was gonna say Yatsen Retrofit's probably the better option there. But I gotta get coin first. But I still need to spend the coin to get Implacable,
自
so...
由と栄光のために
Oof.
前回戦闘配置オザルマルション
アイリスにご加護。
I actually like her in the story, though. She's really silly. Casually hitting for 14, 11,000, 12,000 actually.
深き青に眠れ。
And then we have Champagne here with a 21k.
戦場に漂う魂。
Richard over here being like 15k, 11k. Champagne being like, I got you. I'll raise you a 21k. She's a dork. Oh, she absolutely is a dork. The line that she had on the pre-event for the expo still made me laugh. Time to start spending gems on coins.
自由と栄光のために
I feel like people would re at me in chat for that.
戦闘配置オザルマルション
アイリスにご加護。 いきますよ。
See how this
天の
goes.
裁きを受けよ
Bonk. Solid hits. Solid hits. Here comes another one.
深き青に眠れよ
Man, it's amazing when Champagne fires. She hits so dang hard with AP. Not guaranteed to crit, but when she hits, oof, she hits. Hello, Nelson.
あんたが指揮官ねシャンパーニュに課されたし
That Vanguard Richie. We'll see. After looking around the Mirror Sea, the girls managed to find an Orthodoxy church preserved by a conceptual anchor. Well, that's good. There's a chance there. It's like a vault of the Orthodoxy sacraments. It's definitely seen better days, but I suppose beggars can't be choosers. Well, Cardinal, could you give me an example of a prayer? Of course, please listen closely. Richelieu got down on her knees and put her hands together and began reciting a holy prayer. CG incoming? Hallowed Iris in heaven, blessed is your holy name. Give us the courage to stride upon the blue seas as we would in the clouds before you. Give us your sacraments so that our lives may be filled with purpose. Forgive our sins so that we may forgive others. Protect us from tribulations and ward us from evil. All authority, all glory, all heaven and earth belong to you. Hearing her prayer, beads of golden light emerged from thin air and converged upon her orthodoxy flag, one light at a time. Once she had finished praying, her flag shone like glorious sunlight through stained glass. Simply laying eyes upon it inspired courage and empowered the spirit of all those who followed the iris. Incredible, Cardinal. Even I could feel how powerful that prayer was. No doubt about it, you'll easily be able to fight the Horsemen of War face to face. Okay, Blackable, it's your turn. As the Galicianer said, the iris is safe to pray to. I do not sense the influence of any horseman in my heart. Good to know. I'll give it a shot as well. There it is, chat. The CG. I like how I can appreciate at least how they let you see the CG first before they actually pull up the dialogue box. I really do appreciate that. It's not very important, but it is nice that they let this appear first before you do anything else. Granted, if you wanted this without the auto skip and the log buttons, you should be able to get it on the wiki when they upload it, that is. But yeah, it's a small thing, but I like it. Hallowed Iris in heaven, blessed is your holy name. Give us the courage to stride upon the blue seas as we would in the clouds before you. Give us your sacraments so that our lives may be filled with purpose. Forgive our sins so that we may forgive others. Protect us from tribulations and ward us from evil. All authority, all glory, all heaven and earth belong to you. Unlike Richelieu's prayer, Implacables produced no lights, and her surroundings continue to remain dark. Huh? Looks like God doesn't feel like answering your prayers. Why am I not surprised? Just look at the skybound wall. Guess I'm not as devout or pure of heart as the Cardinal after all. I feel like people are gonna poke some funny jokes here. What happened at the skybound wall? I recited the same prayer as Richelieu, but only her words had any effect. I see, it makes sense now. Though this is a Siren Mirror Sea, it was shaped and sculpted into a basilica of the Iris Orthodoxy. Everything here, from the concept of judgment to the four horsemen, are built from the Orthodoxy's cognitive system. Naturally, the concept of faith is an inseparable part of all of this. And there is no way for me to invoke the concept of a faith I do not hold. It's never too late for me to share the Iris's teachings with you. I appreciate the sentiment, Cardinal, but I'll have to pass. But I just had an idea. If faith is the concept that governs this space, it should not matter if we have faith in the same thing, right? In theory, yes. However, you just experienced for yourself how dangerous it can be to invoke the concepts of the four horsemen. Who said anything about praying to one of those siren constructs? If there's anything you should know about the Royal Navy, it's that we have an unshakable faith in one person. God save the Queen, or I guess it's King now, isn't it? It technically is King now, isn't it? Huh. I mean, for this universe, it's Queen, but you know what I meant. This part is so corny. So basically, what's about to happen for those that aren't aware, the Iris are capable of doing prayer without a problem because this is centered around their principles. The Royal Navy doesn't exactly believe in the same thing, or at least Implacable doesn't. So, Implacable's gonna do the next best thing that's close to it. Simp for Queen Elizabeth. The power of simping. With a wry smile, Implacable took out a small carving in Queen Elizabeth's likeness and clasped it in her hands. That's a figure of Queen Elizabeth. What are you trying to do? Do you think the Sirens can distinguish between the faith of the Irish Orthodoxy and the faith of the Royal Navy? Who knows, maybe someone else might hear my prayers. I'm not expecting much, but can't hurt to give it a shot. Now then, to the one I trust in most, the one I simp for the most. The little queen statue. It's so tiny. It's such a little figurine. And before Manju and Yostar make 2-scale little figurines of Queen Elizabeth. 1-to-1 sign. Okay, that's just me. That is so funny. To the hallowed name who smiles upon our land like the sun. I like how they actually faded out the box here. Or that's a bug, I don't know. This I'm not used to. Protector of our safe haven, beacon of our glory. May the light of your wisdom protect us across the 7 seas. Oh! It's glowing. She's glowing. Oh, you might wanna darken because it's getting hard to contrast a little here. May the authority of your blade reveal the truth in this chaotic world. May you grant us the power to overcome hardship and endure trials, to purge evil and bring peace. Grant us your enlightenment so that we may open the way in your name. To you I pray, Your Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. Wah! This time, her prayer was heard and answered. From the carving clutched between her hands, golden lights emerged, ascending to the church ceiling. The specks of warmth clumped together into one big ball before bursting, showering the girls with star-like fragments of hope. Thank you, Your Majesty. Is this Her Majesty's Grace? I feel so warm, relaxed, like being back home. Whatever the hell that is, it feels just like I just received a major buff. I'm gonna walk all over that word loser. Hero, shut up. I'll be damned, it actually worked. Whether you follow the Iris or Her Majesty doesn't matter. What's important is that you believe in it. It seems you had it in you after all, Implacable. You do have strong faith, just not in the Iris. At any rate, I should be ready now. There are still 2 horsemen left. Even with this newfound strength, we must stay on top of our game. And who knows how long these prayers will last. Let's get going at once, Cardinal. Kusogaki Hero. I don't know if it's just me, but I look at this helmet and all I can hear is screaming. That's all I can hear right now is just a knight just constantly screaming. Now what will the factions would pray to? Well, they would pray to their god, the Sakura Empire would. Well, they're gods, actually, technically. I don't know what the Eagle Union and the Northern Parliament would believe in, nor do I really know where the Dragon Emperor would go.
自由と栄光のために
No, not the knight screaming. The keys and he's
戦
screaming.
闘配置オザルマルション
アイリスにご加護を
Just screaming Arthur in his head. It looks like he's just screaming though. I mean, I know the helmet, it's just like it's a part of the helmet design, but it just looks like he's just screaming to the high heavens.
深き青に眠れよ行きますよ
戦場に漂う
So what this event is saying is that we pray hard enough, Queen Elizabeth will get a retrofit. Wow, she's at 0. That's the first time I've seen that in a while. You're at 3 million stored?
私とあなたどちら
Wow.
が求める側であるかは重要ではありません
She's at 3 million stored
こう
XP.
しても
I've not seen a +0 in a long time.
自由と栄光のために前回
I probably would see it more if I paid attention to Warspite's XP gains, but I don't.
マルション
Also, I don't really use Warspite much outside of Operation Siren right now. Ritual I've been using because, haha, preloaded ships go burr.
行きますよ
Oh, is it not Stag? Oh. It's probably on somebody else.
アイリスにご加護
There's usually a reason.
裁きを受けよ
There's usually a reason why it's not Stag right now.
戦場に漂う
Let me see let me see the reason. What is it right now? Oh, it's this. Oh, no, I can
ど
convert
ち
it.
らが求める側であるかは重
It's
要
the
ではあり
Hesmere.
ませんこうして結ばれて
Why
い
would
る
you even want a
絆を
level
実感で
increase?
きる
Well, eventually they're gonna have. Well, they might have to eventually. The problem is they gotta rebalance everything because like the meta fights are designed around you being underleveled, with the intention of the metas being or the ashes being able to do more damage to you. So eventually they might, but it's gonna be one of those things about to rebalance things around. Because like the operation, like if you go if they raise everyone's XP to or everyone's levels to 130 max, then the Operation Siren Ashes fights are gonna get a lot easier because you're gonna be over leveled for once.
アイリスにご加護を
And for those that don't necessarily know, that accounts for a lot of things. Accuracy, dodge chances get boosted by level difference
行きますよ
when it's in your favor. Damage increase instead of damage dealt increase instead of a damage taken increase.
アイリスにご加護を
And for the
天の裁きを受けよ
Siren and for the Ashes, it's a damage reduction. It's now damage amplification. Opsci fights are easy, just don't do them. I mean, yeah, sure.
永遠の安
If you don't want the meta. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like they'll have to either rebalance it to account for that. Especially because we even got the Arbiter fights. I think the Arbiters are at 128. The other thing is there's really no reason for it right now because we don't
自由と栄
there's
光
no
の
major
ために
content that would really need it.
センター配置
お宝は早い者勝ちだからね
マルション
アイリスにご加護を
The Scallywag is out to play, chat. Everyone's local favorite Scallywag. I can't even say sub because she's technically not a sub.
アイリスにご加護をまとめて
How long?
天の
I
裁き
forget
を
how
受
long
け
she
よ
stays out. I know it's like if her health drops low enough, or if I think there's a timer on her, but it's like a considerable time difference.
嫌な子はみんなサ
But
メ
yeah, the funny pirate. I knew it was a pretty long timer. I think it's like 60 or a minute. And she's got the health pool limit and she's got a timer limit. What do you mean she goes underwater? I mean, yes, when you initially press the button to bring her in, she's underwater. But she immediately surfaces because she can't breathe.
アイリスにご加護
It missed.
天の裁きを受けよ
Every time she gets hit, be picking up a lot. She can be kind of nasty. I've got her like pretty much fully kitted. She just needs levels.
永遠の
Like if
安寧
people
と救
like,
いがあらんこ
you want to see how hard she can carry sometimes? Look at that. Breathing is optional. Ah, yes, I too practice asphyxiation.
自由と栄光のために
Well, I'm ignoring Richelieu. Ignore Richelieu. Like I'm letting
マルションアイリス
I'm letting my Vanguard get in on this. Well, actually, I don't think, now that I think about it, this is probably also unfair. Because I think the rest of the fleet's suffering 50% penalty. I don't think subs are affected by that. Reload greatly. No, I'm not talking. Ignoring Richelieu. Okay, in this situation, then. What do you say to this? She's even looking at you with a smug face. No, I was saying, I was talking, look at Vanguard, and then look at this. Then I had to later add on saying that this entire team is suffering from 50% damage, whereas I don't think she's affected by it. That's what I was saying, because usually, like, people who are going to be attacking as much as her is Vanguard. Because these all of them have timers. Even if this is a preload. I'm saying, oh, ignore that. Look at these. But then again, I say this. That's why I said this is also dishonest, because they're suffering an out of ammo debuff, which is 50% damage penalty. So, you know, that could completely change how this is, because we've got her probably running at full. Only Richelieu is firing. Well, there's also, yeah, you missed the point. It's fine. We can do a test when they have full ammo, and I can ignore the back line. All right, let's see. First try, SR first try. SR first try.
SG
Imagine chat be like, no, please. Hello. I still hear the screaming. I could still hear the screaming. It's like, ah, laser beams, ah! Wow, he did not really get hit by that. Also, that right there is why I generally want to have the slide. Like, I originally wanted to have the slide out, not this time. That's why I originally wanted to have this slide out disabled, because she don't know, literally just eat your entire screen. I found where war is. You all ready? Ready as can be. Our prayers are still in effect too. We'll need them for sure. War has a massive escort of mass-produced ships. What do you expect? The bigger the army, the more war you can wage. On the bright side, war itself is a real tough... Wait, how is that a bright side? What do you mean? What? How is that supposed to be a good thing? Ah. I agree. Huh? Don't you get a rush of excitement when just thinking about going head-to-head with the powerful... That's just you. Ah, yes, because putting myself in mortal danger is exactly my idea of excitement. Chat over here being like, she do other things, though. Ooh, the fancy shield, though. Calm down, Rune. Well, that would have some effect. I'm sorry, did you just single shoot? Where's the rest of your salvo? Or is that something you do? Blackwell, war is coming towards us. It's raring to go, huh? How befitting its namesake. Looks like there's no signs of damage on it either. This won't be an easy fight. What's wrong? Isn't your queen watching over you? I'm sure she won't let you lose more than a limb or two at worst. Thanks for the encouragement. If you don't start pulling your weight, maybe you'll lose a limb or two as well. Listen, I said I'd fight by your side, not that I'd adapt to your tactics. As I said, I'm not going to charge up their head first, as it's not my style. Wasn't that originally your style? You guys can run up there and butt heads all you want, but I'm gonna look for weaknesses to exploit. Sounds good? Alright, have fun. Now ship grows up this branch. Cheeky little... Why is she like this? Calm down, Implacable. She doesn't trust us to not use her as cannon fodder, which is sensible. We don't have much of a choice anyway, so let's at least give her the best conditions to succeed. Everyone attack it head on. Her Majesty's graces are with us. Show that horsemen our might. Okay, she is a single shot girl. I wonder if she's wow, this is a very tanky boss. What? It's repairing itself using armor plates torn off from its mass-produced ships. Spending as many troops as necessary to win, fitting for the embodiment of war. It's very bad news for us, however. We cannot hope to win a war of attrition. Even if we do, we don't have any bloody ammo left to beat the last horseman. It doesn't matter, we need to defeat war before we can even start thinking about defeating conquest. No, in fact, now is the time we should be thinking about conquest. War as a concept is not a goal. It serves a higher purpose. That purpose is conquest. As long as the Horseman of Conquest is incapacitated, nothing is currently expressing the concept of conquest in this area. But what if I become a conduit for the concept of conquest? In other words, if I can successfully conquer these mass-produced vessels, I can diminish the concept of war. What do you all think? I believe the Goasianir had the same idea of using conquest to weaken war. I wasn't thinking of anything philosophical. I was just going to make them fight. Your idea is certainly gutsy, I'll give you that, and I don't see anything wrong with it at a glance as long as you're fine with the risks. I'm against it. Channeling one of the Mirror Sea's concepts is far too dangerous. I can't let you shoulder such a burden for the mistakes we made. If it's our only choice, I shall be the one to do it rather than you. Sorry, Cardinal, but I think your strong faith inhibits you. You can't truly become a vessel for conquest. It has to be done by a non-believer like me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I have Her Majesty's protection. If the worst thing happens and I start to lose control, just save me like you did the last time. By bonking me in the face with a blank! This event ends as it started, with Richelieu bonking Implacable. But, hero, give me your bow. Implacable took the bow, the symbol of conquest, and drew the string, training her sights on the horsemen of war. I watched as the land opened the first of the 7 seals, and there before me was a white horse. Its rider held a bow, and he was given a crown, and he rode out as a conqueror bent on conquest. With this bow, he would smite those who opposed him, until none were left. Okay, calm down now.
悪く思わないで。私を止められる。
Just suddenly massive barrage that just tanked his health pool. Royal Oak lodged her greatsword into the horseman's armor. After a series of deafening explosions, the crimson flames smoldering on the horsemen of war's armors petered out, and the giant crashed to the ground. It's finished. An excellent display by the Royal Knight, of course. Your Majesty will be proud of you. Me, not at all. I only put in the finishing touch. Your quick wit is really what saved the day. Come on, we all know my bow is the star of the hero. Shut up. When we get home, I'm gonna frame it and hang it over the fireplace. Hang on, did it always look this dull? And what are these cracks in the wood? Those weren't there before. Right before Hero's eyes, the cracks spread further and further through the sacred bow, finally reaching both ends. Then, with a hollow snap, it broke into a dozen little pieces. No, my precious bow! Why? It was my loot, I earned it! It's a shame, but there's no use crying over spilled milk. I'll ask Richelieu if she can give us another replica later. Oh, okay, sweet. You were so easy to please. With war defeated, there is only conquest left to vanquish to end this siren experiment. But conquest will be the strongest yet, now that we've conquered all of the other horsemen. Not to mention, we're nearly out of energy and ammo, and there aren't any more concepts we can channel, are there? Not necessarily. In the scriptures, there are a total of 7 seals, which means 3 more concepts should be. Hold up! I'm gonna veto that. You're not pulling a stunt like that again. Again? Wait. Oh, why not? Channeling Conquest worked fine, and I've seen no symbolism for the remaining 3 seals in the Mirror Sea. Yeah, but I'd rather not invoke the other 3 that aren't here. Just because they haven't been manifested in the form of horsemen does not mean that the concepts don't exist. For all we know, the Mirror Sea itself could represent the last 3 seals. You're aware of what those seals are, right? Do you have any idea what kind of calamity you could bring if you were to manifest those things? If you don't want the world to end, you better get that idea out of your head. I'll admit I didn't consider that. So if that's no longer an option, how do you propose we take down the last horseman? Well, the original plan was to have conquest and war take each other out after softening them up enough, but that's no longer on the table. I suppose we're in a real bind then. Does it even matter at this point? Did you forget that the Horseman of Conquest is still asleep behind the skybound wall? Well, sure, it's not an immediate threat to us at the moment, but that doesn't improve our situation. Why you can leave this place whenever you want, unless we can't unless we finish the job. Right, I forgot. Lucky for you, there are ways to deal with an inactive horseman. One being, you can use the walls of light to cut it to ribbons if you position him right. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Now that I think about it, why didn't the tribunal of your branch already come up with that idea? Let's see if your idea is feasible, shall we? No answer, huh? Fine, to the lair of the sleeping giant we go. That's an interesting way to use that weapon. I don't know the 3 seals, the remaining 3 seals. Hang on. Alright, let's see what they are. So I think 1 through 4 is the one that we're familiar with. First seal is conquer. Second is war. 3 is famine. 4 is death. So 5th is, and when he had opened the 5th seal, I saw under the altar of the souls of them that were slain by the word of God, and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, O long, O Lord, how holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on earth? And white robes were given unto all of them, and to every one of them, and it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season until their fellow servants also and their brethren that should be killed as they were fulfilled. I'm not sure what that means. It's like wrath of God? It sounds like wrath of God. Or faithful. Sixth seal. Sixth seal sounds like when I beheld when he had opened the 6th seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as the sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood, and the stars of the heavens fell into the earth, even as a fig tree cast untimely figs. And when she is shaken of a mighty wind, and the heavens departed as a scroll when it is rolled together. And every mountain and island were moved out of their places. And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every free man hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, Fall on us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb, for the great day of his wrath to come. It sounds like the heavens. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds more than just heavens. It sounds like calamity, like natural like cataclysm. Like you're just constantly getting. I mean, yeah, it does talk about falling stars and whatnot. So it makes me think like natural disaster, you know? So like earthquakes, like a giant city-destroying tsunami, or very destructive storms. And I guess another way to look at it, meteor shower. So like an actual apocalypse, yeah. Or just natural disasters in general. I guess that could be viewed as, I could see where they mean where the point of the heavens kicks in here. 7th seal, when he opened the 7th seal, there was a silence in heaven and a space about the space of half an hour. And when I saw the 7 angels which stood before God, and to them were given 7 trumpets. And another angel came and stood at the altar, having a golden censer. And there was given unto him much incense, and that he should offer it with the prayers of all saints upon the golden altar which was before the throne. The smoke of the incense, which came with the prayers of the saints, ascended up before God out of the angel's hand. And the angels took the censer and filled it with the fire of the altar and cast it into the earth. And there were voices and thunderings and lightnings and an earthquake. And the 7 angels which had the 7 trumpets prepared themselves to sound. And I heard a great voice out of the temple saying to the 7 angels, Go your ways and pour the vials of the wrath of God upon the earth. That kind of sounds like judgment. Like, that actually sounds like God's wrath. Well, this is Revelations. This is like Revelations is a very different vibe from the rest of like all the other books. Revelations is a very, very scary one. It's like you're used to everything else being kind of about like teachings and, you know, a lot of good, well, hopefully a lot of good moral decisions and whatnot. But then you get to Revelations, and Revelations is like a complete opposite of that. It's like something that it just feels, to me, it always felt out of place. We used to, when we did talk, whenever we would talk about this book. Because, you know, it's like you're so used to like religious texts talking about teaching and hope, prayers, all that kind of thing, warmth, happiness, all those kind of concepts. And then you have Revelations, which is all about death, destruction, the fall of man, a whole bunch of things. It is a very dark book, yeah. God going through his edgy phase. That'd be pretty funny, actually. But it's one of those things that's just like, it always felt so oddly out of place. It provides a very interesting twist, though. I'll give it that. The doom of the evilness. Yeah. I mean, it's not like the first time that kind of, like, what was it? It's not the first time something like that was ever done. I mean, there was the, what was it? The Tower of Babel or something, I think? Ionian Tower. I forget what it's called. And then, of course, things like Noah's Ark. You know, it's not like that. I mean, I guess it's not too out of the ordinary, because there are certain events that are written through those books where some of those things are actually kind of, you know, it is kind of Wrath of God-y. So I guess it's not, you know, as kind of Doom's, Doom, you know, just kind of like bringer of doom and gloom Revelations can be. You know, I guess it's not completely unfounded considering some of the actions he's taken. Granted, he had his reasons for that stuff accordingly. Extreme? Extreme? I don't know if I would say extreme. Because, like I said, there are other times in some of the other books where some of the actions he takes, I guess, would be something similar. I mean, one of the seals felt like it was used twice. The flood and what was it? The flood and the whole thing with the what was it? The Tower of Babel. But yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the whole book is written about it. Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, like it's not the only. That's why I'm like sitting here thinking like I guess it's not too out of place. It always felt like it because that's like the entirety of that book was about it. But I guess when I think about it now, it's just like no, actually it kind of. You know what? I need to also. I want to do. Let's do this fight, then I'll do my last one here so I can do that test on the character. Yeah. But that's also kind of where I think they went with like the whole, you know, when you interpret like the whole thing about his, you know, the sacrifice of his son. I guess that makes sense a lot more. But yeah. If my AA is going any further, my AA is going further God than I wanted to. Yeah. What a time to be alive. I mean, if I was streaming, what is it? Guiding Ahead or whatever that one event was. The La Toronto event, I'd be probably like, yeah, probably a little bit. What was the saying I was seeing from all the time about it? Oh yeah, you can't expect God to do all the work. I know so many people hated that boss though. So many people hated that boss.
自由と栄光のために前回戦闘配置
But yeah, like when it comes to lore, literally anything is fair
アイ
game.
リスにご加護
Oh, I forgot to bring her in. Well, this might be a waste. Yeah, it was a waste. Alright, well, I didn't pay attention. I was too busy reading chat.
チリはチリ
Well, hey, she leveled up from it. Sure. Well, that's unfortunate. You know what? It's not going to be the greatest of showcases, but you know what? We'll let this one go. I'll still have the bonus anyway. Yeah. Alright, so I'll bring them into play. This is going to be a little bit skewed because the Vanguard actually is pretty solid here. This is a strong Vanguard for what it is. Yeah. A little too fast. She's got like, what? 10 plus levels under them. Of course, New Jersey is New Jersey, so there's nothing I can do to stop that. 8,000, 4,000, 6,000, and she got a whopping 2, almost 3. So if the enemies were tougher, maybe it might have been a different story, but I don't think we would have seen it here. Which is why this Vanguard's it's closer to her level. They can't explain the radiation they found there? What? That's weird. I never heard about that. What'd you call it? Why would you name it after me? I don't want to have it named after me. No seals would be necessary if they had the power of honey. Oh no. Fire! It does feel like there's a lot of questions I have about this. So far, there's a good number of them that haven't been answered, and that just creates these major I don't understand this event situation. Like, for example, what were the Vichya doing here? That's probably the biggest one I could say. But outside of that, there's also like, you know, why was nothing done about the catacombs? How long have they been like this? If it was a siren experiment, why were the sirens doing this? If their goal is probably to save humanity, not destroy it. It wouldn't be the first time they're testing pawns, but this kind of pawn seems a little too dangerous. And those questions haven't really been answered, which leads me to be like confused about what all this is about. Yeah, buy Shono's Race Queen skin. I don't like the Race Queen skins. They're a little too much for me. Personally not fond of them myself. Like, I don't mind fan service, but like the Racing Queen skins, all of them are a little too much for me. Even the same thing with, like, for example, the Implacable skin on this one, it's a bit too much. And Yorktown's one was a bit too much as well. So, I kind of like the skins that are more like, you know, they're kind of, they don't go down the fan service route, but they still look amazing. So, like, for example, extra skin that we just had, the Shimakaze Rabbit in Wonderland one is amazing. I'm trying to think of other ones that are good off the top. Oklahoma's pirate one is personally a huge favorite of mine. Yeah, some of them are pretty good. I'm just not a huge fan of the overt fan service ones, like this loading screen, for example.
等しく破滅をくれてやる。アイリスにご加護を。
That's just my personal feel about it.
天の裁きを受けよ。戦場に漂う魂。
Kind of skin, showing cute characters being adorable. Yeah, that's fine too. Like, I think one of my personal favorite skins still is actually on one of those two. I was crisscross their names, so I'm just gonna leave it there. It's the dress skin on Hatsuharu. This one is adorable. This is adorable. I loved this one. Of course, I still like the which one or which face? It's one of these faces. There it is. This one is adorable. Like, this is actually adorable. But yeah, there are some good ones. Like, even this one's really good. I like this one a whole lot. So like, all of those skins are all really good. I've never really had any issues with those ones. I actually would prefer seeing more of them. I mean, even the Umikaze one that's for this one is pretty good. This one. It's cute. I'm not a fan of this one. I like this one way better. Maybe I'm that small minority of players that isn't so focused on the fan servicey side of things. You know, the one that wants to see the wardrobe malfunctions and the other things. Sad Kashino noises. If Kashino had a really good skin, I'd be happy with it. Cause like Kashino, for obviously two other reasons. I'm gonna say two because that's the meme. She is a very sweet character. And so it always it makes me a little sad seeing these two skins on her, because I know they're, you know, a bit much. But she is a very sweet character. So that's kind of how I am. I mean, okay, this one is just funny. Yeah, like, yeah, it's a little, it can be a little bit, but honestly, it's too funny. This one's just too good. So, I don't know. And then, of course, like, that's kind of where I'm more at when it comes to skins. Less so on the fan service, more on just the characters looking rather nice. Yeah, like, obviously, people are gonna call me a simp on this one, but this is a nice skin. I like this a lot. Or another good example, as I said, this one is really good. So, but this is why you'll see me, like, I'm more willing to put gems into a skin like this than I am to put a skin into Yorktown's wardrobe malfunction skin, which I can't even show there because it needs to be the slot. Like, I'm not fond of this one. That's just me. You know, I'm not gonna want the same thing as other players, so. And I'm more than certain those skins are probably probably help them out a lot, so I can't exactly fault them for doing that.
お仕事の調子は？書類作業ばかりしないで。そこそこですね。同型館のお姉様方は
York Space Skin? Are you talking Yorktown? Yes, I do agree with that.
シラへのごひいきに感謝申し上げます。ご主人様。シラへのごひいきに感謝
Put the
申
past
し
skin
上
on
げます。
Yorktown too.
ご主人様。
I could. Honestly, I like the Yorktown 2 skin a lot though. Or like her base art. I have no problem with that. Oh, I'm sure they did. Probably also helped a lot that Yorktown's like completely infatuated with the commander. Like, I'm pretty sure if the event didn't end the way that it did, she probably would have gotten a whole, we would have gotten the whole confession from her. Skins me skin. Yeah. But that just goes like that. But like the other thing for me is like I'm not usually a person that's big on getting skins. Like if you actually look at the number of skins I have, even on Arknights, even it's very minimal.
I
mean, aside from obviously the freebies they give you, that is. Like for example, the ones for a contingency contract. And what? This last event where what Anachio looks for. I can't say much about it, but he do look fresh. Adenaccio got the drip on that one skin. Alright, let's let her end into this. Give her like half a second there. Alright, now we can go. I'm not gonna let the backline fire for this. Alright, let's see who won that. Let's see how much of a dump it is. So 15k is the best of the Vanguard in the front versus 21,000. Okay, and these guys are pretty much the exact same level. So there's a little bit of a level difference here, which would explain why these two are close, but still. Most freebies probably aren't. Well, like, I mean, if I remember correctly, this one was not free, and I actually dropped money on it. But it was so good. Like, if a skin is like this, where it's got a nice theme and it plays and it's, you know, really, it's one of those nice, I like this a lot ones, then I will totally get it. I don't have a problem with that. This one's great. I like this one a whole lot, and I actually went. I don't remember how much gems it was, but it was. I definitely bought it immediately when I saw it because I was like, I love this so much. And even then, like, I don't mind this one. Like, this one does not look bad. It's, honestly, it fits her perfectly. Considering what I know of Nevada, I like it. And of course the Battle Pass ones are also pretty good. I should probably use these characters at some point. But like, ones like the Alabama one that came out recently, nah. It's nice that she got a skin, but it's not for me. If you get any of those skins, it's up to you. I mean, you do what you want to do. I just am not a huge fan. I don't think I need these two. Oh my gosh, I have so many bullions. I have so many bullions. Ugh. The struggle is real. Yeah, I'm not gonna mind a good skin. Like one that actually is pretty good for the characters' aesthetics and everything. I actually will be perfectly all for it. Why do you still have so many Sandys? Research purposes. We're still very much underway with that research. We will get there at some point. Alabama is, like, I actually do like Alabama. Her love line is adorable because she literally wants to just, like, she just wants to hug. She just wants hugs. Like, it's cute. So you like the New Jersey bunnies? I do not. Yeah, it fits her, but there's a line between a thing that fits and something that's just a little too far.
塵は塵に
So, like, I didn't get that
灰
one.
は灰に
So, like, yeah, like, there's a whole bunch of skins that I do like. But there are definitely some skins that I think probably I would like. I guess another good point would be New Jersey's own oath skin. I'm glad she's got an oath skin. I do like it. I do like the expressions they have on her, but I have to. It is a little on the fan servicey side too. I'm willing to acknowledge that. North Carolina bunny skin. I mean, I know it fits her, but nah. I don't actually have an ult account. I mean, if there is one, it's got like, I'm like level 5 on it. Is there a skin you regret getting? Yeah, I have one. It was, chat wanted me to keep getting it, and I kind of felt peer pressure into it, and then I just kind of regretted it the entire time. I still kind of to this day regret it. It's the Honolulu one for the swimsuit. I absolutely regret that one. It's like, yeah, the reason being is just because I look at the skin, and like, you can clearly tell she's not happy in that situation. I'm just like, yeah, I don't want to put her in that. That's just the way that I would be. I wasn't really, oh, I thought it was a Tago. A Tago, eh. I can't say it's necessarily something that, I don't know. That was like, between that one and Honolulu, no, Honolulu is like orders of magnitudes above her. The festival skin. I like that one. She has a smile on her face, I think. As if it's the one I'm thinking it is. I'll have to double check in a second. Let me get through this lore first before we go down that road more. Anyway, after investigating the control room, I'm pleased to report that we can indeed take Conquest apart by manipulating the skybound walls. Just as I suspected. What do you say, Alt Branch Cardinal? I love how that's the title she gave her. Want to give it a shot? She was right. All along the tribunal had a way to eliminate this horseman. So why didn't they do it? Richard glanced at the skybound wall controls and felt a tremble in her hand. Why would I have to do it? It doesn't have to be you, but you know the power that concepts and faith can have. I mean, who knows what'll happen if you let implacable touch an orthodoxy sacrament. There's the practical angle too. Iris Libre's leader conquering an Antiochus problem that's festered beneath its basilicas for decades. See what I'm getting at? I understand, I'll do it. Richelieu took a moment to inspect the control panel. Its design had changed somewhat since the days of the Unified Orthodoxy, but that wouldn't impede her. Following the procedures she remembered, she input a sequence of parameters, then hit the finalize. Will that do it? Probably. Give it a minute to work. The facility's machinery sprung into action with a roar, moving the skybound wall like a glowing saw blade. It cleaved the horseman apart, one piece at a time, its head, chest, armor, plating, even its steed. It made no attempts to fight back. When the skybound walls were finished, the embodiment of conquest was no more than just a pile of assorted scrap metal. It's over, finally. Oh! You know, an interesting thing you could say to this? Which seal was it? Was it the 6th seal that was like the disasters one? You could argue that the entire premise of this event was the 6th seal. You could say the 5th technically was Vitya coming here, messing with things potentially, and then just running away. The 6th being this actual event. The 7th, I wouldn't know what to say for that one. But it makes a lot of sense when you think of it that way. Maybe the 7th never happened because they stopped it. Food for thought, you know.
Anyway, day 6 is for the investigation. The Black Sun. Good morning, Implacable. Did you have a nightmare? I guess so. I still can't get the sight of the Black Sun over the mere sea out of my head. What even was that? Do you know, Cardinal? Unfortunately not, but I have a possible explanation for it. My instruments could not detect any heat coming from that sun. I would theorize that it serves as a portal between the surface and the catacombs. As always, there's never a concrete answer. Yeah, that's part of the course. At least we prevented an eventual crisis, all in a day's work. And Implacable, our beacon tracker has lost La Galicianere's signal. Gone like a ghost, fitting exit for someone from the ashes. Well, at least she can go back to the ashes, though. Oh well, she doesn't owe us anything, and it's not like we can make her stay anyway. Speaking of leaving, it's time we do the same. Take care of the Basilica Island, Cardinal. Of course, I cannot thank you enough for the help, for helping us bring it back under our control. Anything for a friend. Even if you need the Royal Navy again, give us a call. I certainly will. Until next time, I wish you the best. The same to you. May the Iris watch over you. Oh yeah, I know there's still a few cutscenes left. Later, as the girls watched the Basilica Island vanish over the horizon, we had a meta right beside us for a long while, and the beacon tracker didn't record anything. Yeah, you guys were just kind of sitting outside the door. You guys were just sitting outside the door having snacks. Probably angering famine. Probably not, but it'd be funny if it was. Yes, it's very strange. The commander used one to track the ashes before, yet it completely failed to detect Galicianere. Well, this just might be a case of you know of them existing already. I mean, you don't know if we're gonna have a new meta tomorrow for, well, you know, in this situation. Not that I'm saying we will, but there's always the possibility, and you're never going to know until it happens. That's kind of how it's been nowadays. You're having snacks right in front of me and not sharing? Now, Famine would probably just want it all to be gone. I was making the joke that the other Harbingers are just like, I want snacks. That would be a really funny scene, though, when you think about it. If it were actually drawn out, you got the other 3 Harbingers sitting there enjoying snacks with all the ship girls and that one, and Famine is just angry. And like I said, he throws his scales and they hit he throws his axe, which also his scales, onto the sea, ocean, and just starts like repeatedly, angrily stomping his foot on the water. Maybe it's the commander required to track it. Possible. That would imply, though, that they need to have somebody with high affinity for that kind of thing, but I don't necessarily know why they would do that. That would mean that it's only really effective in his hands, which is very disadvantageous for every single faction in the game. After 189 pulls. Eesh, that's unfortunate. Glad you got her, though. Yes, it's very strange. Yes, okay. Wouldn't surprise me if they upgraded their stealth tech. Either that, or the tracker's just bloody broken. Or it's just not, it needs to calibrate for every individual character. Nothing indicates that it wouldn't be working properly, but since we rarely run into the metas, it's hard to actually verify that. I'll make a note of this. This mission left me with a lot of questions I want answered. Do you believe Galicianere was hiding something from us? Very likely. Don't forget, there's still a meta out there actively working against us in secret. The entire Basilica system was designed with a higher authorization level than sysadmin, preventing Argus from shutting down its emergency mode. My question is, what might that authorization be? What purpose does it serve, and who holds it? I don't have enough information to answer that. With any luck, we won't have to wait long to find out. In any case, I have a feeling this whole affair is far from over. That's probably a good call to make. Alright, now we can just move on to the easy clearing mode and everything. Extra stuff, so why not? Let's just further destroy ourselves. And did I never set me officers? Am I really that Pepega? I don't need your handouts. I mean, to be fair, there's nothing for her. Hawk is set to auto. I know. Oh, it is. Oh, wait. No, can I go back? Where are you? Where? No, no, stop. Back. Auto search. Going. Roll, just in case it does decide to go to auto flip. I tend to forget cats most of the time. I generally do too, but at the same time, it's like they are useful to have. Oh, I don't have to wait anymore. I don't have to, like, I don't have limits. Yes. I'll probably have enough for a 10 pull because of how much coin I do get at the end of these runs. Looks like it's about 1,000-ish.
オザンマルション天の裁きを受けよアイリスにご加護
But yeah, it is interesting. You got the 0.5 Royal Oak? Nice.
戦場に漂う魂
Yeah, SP is also good to work on for points. I'll do that probably offline though, because we've already been going for about 5 hours. I feel like there was this... We're talking about something when it came to the skins. I think I forgot about that conversation. Oh, the Honolulu Festival skin, right? But yeah, it's if it's the one I think it is, I actually did kind of like that one. I don't think I don't know if I have it or not. If it was like a freebie, I don't remember. Four hours actually. My feed says 4 hours and 52 minutes. You got the frame on day one. I mean, that's definitely possible if you have all the ships and you just power level all them with books. You have to offer like Oscars. Yeah, they are. Mine says 32 minutes. If it says 32 minutes, you've probably been here since start. Or at least around the time that said though. So if you actually refresh the page, it'll say something differently. Voice line for the news. We can. I mean, I still need to get Implacable too for me to actually hear her voices. Plus, I don't have Royal Oak nor Hero. The Mafia skin. That is a very different feeling skin, I will be honest. I'm streaming for numbers. Oh, even if it did, it doesn't get it right. So like right now, I've got two different statistics for concurrent viewers. One of them says I have 100 viewers, the other one says I have 201. That is the biggest problem I have when it comes to like YouTube statistics. I just have to wait till the end when I kill the stream for me to actually know what the true numbers kind of look like. For us viewers. Yeah, so it's close enough. It's like it's closer to the 200 one than it is the 100 one. I don't know why it's doing the 100 one because they're literally the same statistics. They both say concurrent viewers. So it's just YouTube being dumb. 214, 231. You have 231? It says 228. What? Everyone's got so many different numbers. I'm so confused. Okay, you know what? Actually, here. Okay, it fixed itself. But here, let me just show you how inconsistent this gets. Also, say hi to yourself. Look at this. So here's concurrent viewers right here, which is set to 202. And then there's concurrent viewers up here, which is set to 198. These numbers don't agree with each other. They never do. Most cases, this one is half the number of this one. This is why it's so confusing. So everyone is all over the place on the numbers reporting. This is just how YouTube do be like sometimes. No one knows. We're letting the scallywag out again. This is probably the most I've actually used a submarine. Quote, submarine, unquote. And at the same time, I'm sitting here keeping the Vanguard in front of her so the torpedoes don't hit her and make her take a lot of damage. Because one team can be healed, the other one can't. But that's just how it is. Like, YouTube do be like that when it comes to statistics, which is why I'm just like, I'm not going to pay attention to the numbers because for me, I'm not going to actually know the true number. I don't know. I never understood the numbering systems that they use here half the time. Like even like the things for like chat revenue are even wrong because that's the was it the gross? It's not even your actual cut. Everything. So it's like I actually don't even know how much I get till like 3 days later. They're not the best statistics pages to be reliable with. But like I always say, I usually don't pay attention to numbers anyway, and people, I would probably say if anyone's doing YouTube and they're paying attention to those numbers, you probably should stop. I'm saying this because it's probably going to be better for you in the end. The more you let the numbers bother you, the more it's going to demoralize you into actually, you know, making content that you want to do. For me, it's more the opposite case. I can't get I'm not been able to get content out lately, so it actually kind of annoys me more that it's like it's a problem more with me than it is with anything else. Also, hello Zareth, welcome. For bullying bullying messages. We've been getting a good number of them today. That's supposed to be the rarest of them all, too. So, we are going to see what these bonus ones are. This should be a little bit easier now that he's not going to be easy to... Well, no, we don't have any reduction yet. Yeah, you guys can keep refreshing. It's just going to mess with the numbers more. Because refreshes are going to do things too, which is really weird. Speaking of doubling, Yorktown spoke twice. The streams are content to an extent. Yeah, but, like, for example, I've got about 40, 50 some videos that I've recorded of, like, roguelike stuff that I want to piece together into one big collage. I'm still sitting on the Valentine's Day video, which needs to be edited. Or at least finalized, I should put it that way. Basilgo Island Lighthouse. Fleet. Midnight. Day 7 since start of investigation. So I think the rest of the team should be here, or should be gone. It should just be Richie and them. The clock ticked over silently to the new day. The Cardinal was asleep at her desk, exhausted after what had transpired. Uh-oh. This scene again? A black sun descending into the world of man. That sound, where is it coming from? I can't make any sense of it. Who goes there? May I ask you to show yourself? Jambar! Jambar. Beware. Beware? Beware of what? Come. To me. Wait, Jambar, don't go. Jambar. Just now, was I dreaming? That was just a dream, right? Ew, censored words. I don't necessarily think it's a censored problem there. Look at all the goods we just got there. And 2,000 coin. What are we looking at now for... No, we can do it again. We shall believe, chat. Boosh! Believe! Oh, hey, it actually sped up this time now. We've seen that blocky text multiple times. That doesn't. We don't necessarily think it means anything.
はじめまして指揮官。私はインディの姉のポートランド。
Have faith in an
あんた
event
が
about
ここの
religion.
指揮官か？君はこ
Pray
の
tell.
艦隊の指揮官。
That ain't looking good, chat.
お初にお目に。
Point 5 gang!
戦艦ロイヤルオーク。
Point 5 gang!
闇を克服してみんなについていけるように努力するつもり。だからどうぞよしなに。
We saved the 8K. We should lock the ship.
はじめまして指揮官。
Unfortunately, nothing else. But we did get the Oak of Royal. Oh, I could intentionally mess with people by just saying Oak Royal and just confusing everyone. Oak Royal? Don't you mean Royal Oak? No, Oak Royal. It's close to Ark Royal. I hate you. So many things to collect. Ah, it's 7,000. Or getting close to hero. 5%, but no 1.2. Here it is. Boom! No, it's not. That would have been really funny if it was. That would have been a clip. It would have been for the content, chat. The content. Alrighty. Anyway. That is a very interesting cutscene. It doesn't say anything, really. At least it doesn't seem like it does. You're out of cubes. Oh, that's unfortunate. That always sucks when that happens. I can collect oil. Ooh, I can. Cool. I probably should. Oak Royal likes CAs. Oh, we're going to that side of the spectrum. Go up a mule again. Oh, yeah, I will eventually get her. I'm not that concerned about it. I've never been worried about that. That's starting to flip. Oh, that's been a bug feature for a very long time. It's never gone away. Chappie wants to really like to clean. Chappie is Chappie. Very, very different scenario. I had to get Yorktown too through pity. Hopefully Implacable will be gentle with me. Hopefully. I would prefer people don't have to go to pity with it. Like for me, I know I'm gonna get them anyway. It's just a matter of I prefer people not having to struggle through that. Siren spin as a form of intimidation. Well, it's not just sirens that do that. The taunts will do it too, which is great. Oh, but never gets fixed. Oh, there's a whole bunch of things. Like, there's a whole bunch of bugs in this game that still kind of exist. Some of them are kind of... They've slightly improved some of them to where it's harder to get them to occur. Like, the dialogue bug could still happen if you're not careful. But it's very rare nowadays because I think they've somewhat tweaked it. The dialogue bug usually occurs when you try to hit auto on a dialogue scene that loads up as CG at any time. If you hit it too early, sometimes it'll load the CG, but it won't load the dialogue box because it gets confused. It's a state bug that was an older one. Thankfully, when I first caught it, I was recording, so I just sent the recording straight to the devs for it. There's any more ships except for New Jersey when we run. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be any more. Shimakaze would be nice to see rerun. We got some time before a lot of these other ones are going to rerun, but I'm not sure how they're going to rerun them. Can you still do the live 2D soft lock, or was that patched? You mean like the race, that weird race condition thing that it's trying to do? Occasionally, you can, but it's unlikely to. Arbitrary road codifications, I think that would be scary. Any type of thing like that's always scary. Yeah, Shinon's rerun was bad. I did not like that only being a week. Like, they really rushed that rerun, and I feel it did a major disservice for it.
アイリスにご加護天の裁きを受けよ
Yeah. I haven't had it in a long time, but I think it's still possible. Because I think I've gotten it once. So, like, my thing on it should be either they can keep it a week, but they need to dramatically increase the number of vouchers that are available for it, because sometimes it can be a combination of people not having the coin and they have to grind it, but that takes time. They might not have that time because of maybe IRL things, or they don't have cubes. Either solution will be either of those solutions can be handled by simply just giving more vouchers. That is not the best solution, but
自由と栄光のために前回戦闘配置オザルマルショアイリスにご加護天の裁きを受けよ
I know it was kind of that way with the reruns for most events too. Like, the voucher system was not the best. What are the best 3 front takes?
Oh, you're probably looking at CBs.
And dodge evasion, or dodge type CAs. That's probably going to be what, a gear?
Can't speak about the French breast CB, so I can't say anything about it. But no, gear's probably up there. Crouched out could be. I don't think she's that tanky though. But I know Anchorage is also pretty solid. So it's gonna come down to
Who you have available at the same time. Yeah, I guess who you have developed and everything. Anchorage definitely is up there though, because she's a good evasion girl. Oh, Anchorage probably. Yeah, I don't know how breast and I don't even know how Ozma ranks nowadays. I'm not actually really. Ozma's like the one I still have not really used. Oh, hello again. Subridge's Vanguard. Confusion mostly. I mean, I can understand they did it because they didn't have a full Vanguard for it. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. Wow. It was weird seeing that, because, like, it's not the first time that we haven't had a full Vanguard to work with. But it's not like it's an unusual thing either. I knew that place was going to give me nightmares. I suppose that proves my gut instinct right, then. Nobody answered Implacable's rhetorical question, only a black sun roiling silently above her. That being the case, let me take a closer look at you. You spooked me twice back there on the island name at Kerguelen? I don't know how to say it. Just who do you think you are? Implacable turned her eyes towards the black sun and made up her mind. But just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly felt another presence behind her. Your Majesty? What are you saying? I can't hear you. If you can't hear anything, then there's still hope for you yet. Ghosts and demons, step aside before your queen. What? The whole area seemed to shudder violently with that explosion, and in the place of that enigmatic voice stood another person. Queen Elizabeth, Meta? opened her eyes and came face to face with a figure across from her. There she is! There she is! What are you staring at us for? Elizabeth Meta? What's with that stunned look on your face? Did you not call out to us? Now that I take a closer look at you, you still haven't undergone metamorphosis. How then did you invoke our name? And how did you manage to get yourself involved with those things? How interesting. I can't quite follow what you're saying. Am I in a dream? For you, perhaps. Wake up. Go back. This place was never meant for you. But I still have many questions. That was an order, not a suggestion. Go back. Interesting. She's not flat. Chat, please. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about that, is that possible that this could be a slight hint towards Jumbar meta? I don't think it is, because obviously nothing else was said.
It is something to consider, though. So hearing that thing speak is a bad thing?
Not necessarily. How is she as a UR? I'm sure someone's Well, I mean, it's fine. I'm sure that this is why I set the rules there, so in case that happens again, I catch it. I'm able to react somewhat on it. I haven't even looked at her skills yet, but I'm sure she's probably cracked because it's a UR.
URs are usually always cracked.
Next thing will probably tell you why. Okay, we'll see. Don't UR it though. I mean, it's URs. I can't expect URs to not be cracked. Jumbar 2. Jumbar 2 is possible. Not likely. Be kind of cool to see that though. Bismarck is in an unknown state of things too. We don't actually know anything about Bismarck currently. So I'm curious where we're gonna go with that. Jean Bar was also in a similar state, so we'll have to see. If she's able to fight again, I wonder if that means she's got a Type 2 rigging. Implacable is what Peter Strasser should have been. Ah! Interesting. But Peter Strasser never was. That's unfortunate. What if that's gonna make people be like, look at Peter and be like, oh man, why didn't you have this? Iron Blood Maids be like, never in a million years. Who loses out to Enterprise each time? Well, Dorktown is definitely strong, but double damage is still double damage. It'll hurt. But yeah, Crossfleet slow is gonna be pretty nasty. Imagine Peter with an outfit. Doesn't she have something somewhat close to looking to that? Or it's like some kind of it looks like an oat skin or something? I don't know. I don't have the skin because if I remember it being a little too much too.
アイリスにご加護を。
深き青に眠れる。
It's like I remember
シ
that.
ャンパーニュに課された使命。はた
Yeah, I don't remember this skin. Hang on, what was it?
かか
Actually, no, she's CB.
K の寝室の
This skin was kind of cute, by the way. I thought about it, but I was like, eh, I don't use this character enough for me to really. That's cute. Ah, yes, she's an absolute bad girl. It's cute for Elle, I'll put it that way. Yeah, it's this one. It's more of an O skin than it is a non skin, never mind. It really gives Kurumi vibes, though. She has one, doesn't she? Yeah, she had this one. I remember this one now. These aren't bad. These three are not bad for her. Is this done by the same artist that did Helena? The hair looks very similar. The artist for this looks like the hair. When you look at the hair and how it's done, it looks almost identical to how Helena's is drawn. It is. I'm not surprised. I could catch that pretty well. The facial construction, the way the artist draws the face on top of the hair, really shows there. Yeah, well, no, both. Because Helena's oat skin, like if you look at the hair, the head's also got the similar construction, but it's the hair that really gives it away. The detail of the actual strands and how the light works with it. Like you can actually see, like it's not like the more semi-flat where you can't see almost every single strand of hair here. Whereas when you look at this one, you can see there's a lot more definition in the hairline, or not just the hairline, but just like all the parts of her hair here. It's way more detailed, and it really like stands out. So when you look at this, like there's like one bit here, a little bit there. That's really about it. And then New Jersey's is not. I wouldn't even say it's anywhere close to that level of detail either. But you can really, when you look at everyone else's hairstyle, like how it's drawn, and then you actually go and look back at Vezer and Helena here in this version, you can see how much more detail is involved in the hair there. And that's why, like for me, when I looked at that, I was like, that looks like identical. So it had to have been the same artist. Finally I can chat. What happened? Something happened. Also did the Eugen Race Queen. I can see that. I remember noticing that a little bit. Boise, yeah, I can see that. As a hair fit. No, it's just when you're looking at all character artwork, you can see a lot of things that stand out. You know, when you can see where things stand out a bit, like how Yudachi looks a little bit different each time. Like when you actually look at the art well enough, you can actually see how much it changed. Like it'll change over time. An artist's style may change even the slightest bit. And it's really cool when it does, because you can see them kind of evolve there a bit. I've been on a call and watching it at the same time. Oh, I see. No problem. I get that. Your Serta's art. Ah, yes. The Ice Queen Demon. Ice Cream Demon. I don't know what else to call her. Sarcasms do kind of be that way, though. Her entire backstory is weird. She just, like, doesn't even remember anything. She's like, I'm I'm this really powerful sarcasm, but I don't remember anything.
ハニー見ていてね
You're bad art. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's art. Like, it's necessarily having a good understanding of artwork that matters. It might just be you're not looking for that stuff, which is fine. I mean, there's a lot of things about art that make a huge, that have importance to it. Like, for example, there's a reason why, like, people always try to do things on the thirds instead of center. Front and center generally implies things like trying to get your attention. There's also, like, visual hierarchies. There's a whole bunch of things to it. But besides the point, it's not. If you're not looking for that stuff, it's not something you'll notice. Who is it this time? The real me should be stationed at the floating fortress right now, which means Ulrich's getting it. I'm dreaming right now, and this is a scene from my dreams. No one confirmed Ulrich's statement to herself, only a black sun roiling silently above her. Ulrich's getting one too. No, you Ironblood have had enough events. Oof. The black sun, is this some kind of religious symbol of sorts? And why is it appearing in my dream? Hi, Friedrich. Friedrich? What are you trying to say? I can't understand you at all. Beware. Beware. Beware of what? Come to me. My child. I'm just kidding. What? What did you just say? Wait, don't leave without telling me what you just said. This is just giving me even more questions. We're not really learning anything here. We're just kind of like, oh, okay. Huh? That did turn it auto. Oh, well, hey, that helps. No, turn favorite. Am confuzzled. Hi, Fudutaka. You tripped and hurt yourself again, huh? Next one is the last one. Okay, well, this might be getting a little dicey because they're getting tired. Yeah, I probably should be having you guys on 2 times the entire time.
同型艦のお姉様がずっと旅をしてきたから
I like how I just have a bunch of carriers in
最
front.
前優秀も平凡も戦場でのみ見分けがつく優秀も平凡も戦場でのみ見分けがつく優秀も平凡も戦場でのみ見分けがつく
I wouldn't necessarily say it's that kind of ordeal, though. It's not even necessarily that. It's more of just like, I don't understand where they're trying to go with this. It's leaving me only with more questions. Like, I'm not feeling like we've learned much in this, which is kind of a bummer. But, I mean, you can't win. we can quote a joke here. Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack can't fret over every egg. So, it is a bit of a bummer. Yeah, it's probably setting up a major event coming. This could be like leading towards a darker event, which I'm a little bit worried about. Yeah, exactly. Which there is, it does touch some interesting things about pawns and whatnot, but this, as a summary, it's going to be very different. There's not going to be as much what we learned in this particular event. There's going to be at least more, I mean, I guess that's not entirely true. We did learn a bit more about Iris orthodoxy in this, so I guess I can't really say it's not that we didn't learn anything. There was a lot to the Iris orthodoxy that's being expanded upon in this event, and while it was good, it just also led to a lot more questions, especially what this whole thing meant as a whole. But it is a little bit of a concern. What questions do we have now? Well, no, it's more of like they've expanded on Iris orthodoxy. Who are the tribunal? What was the purpose of the tribunal? You know, the one ship that remained sunk. What of it? Or the one that was used to reclaim this place? What happened with it? Like, are there any plans to like rebuild it, or are they just gonna let it sit there? So there's more questions about this particular faction, which is good. I mean, we were taking our eyes off a lot of the major factions. We still don't entirely know, like it was clear there was going to be a lot more stuff with the French ships, especially with the whole thing of what Marco Polo was doing. My suspicion is that the hostile meta is currently Trento. It wouldn't be accurate if it wasn't Trento. Or it'd be weirder if it wasn't Trento. Because there's one person that's that's trying to get all this stuff right now. So I think that's where that is. Yeah, like they've literally just been sitting here playing to this. This could be just like the beginning parts of the Marco Polo scenario, where the crown of the Holy See gets misused and it caused a whole bunch of really horrible things. But that leaves even more questions too. It's like, is that Marco Polo's doing, or is that her under the influence of something? Because there is still that one siren we know nothing about that has appeared multiple times in other events. So there's a whole bunch of other things that could be coming into play here. Is it a tower event? I don't know. It's hard for me to believe it's a tower event. The singularities we've generally been able to tell lead to places, so it does make sense that this is a singularity that leads to here, the catacombs. But what leads me to wonder is, you know, is this just this first step of, you know, Marco Polo's whole ordeal? And then what is the whole premise behind that? Is this Marco Polo's own will to do all this kind of thing? There's just a whole bunch of questions in that regard, which leads me to wonder, you know, we have a lot more questions. But then again, this is because we have a whole subplot that's remained unexplored. Also, holy crap, Champagne! Champagne just casually wiping out 3 people in one shot. So I guess this is something we just kind of have to expect, with it being, with it focusing on a subplot we've not really been given much to yet. Because the most we've had is the few snippets and pieces we've had as like, you know, the bonus scenes from events, and then her being noticeably absent in the expo. And that's about as much as we know. We know that there's a siren that's been lurking around a whole bunch of things. We know that Trento meta is involved, so that it could be the rogue meta right now. The thing I'm also curious about, I need to check the skill of Trento, because I've noticed how they somewhat categorize themselves here. I'm sure people have noticed, but the skill name on the skill names on the metas kind of seem to be classifying them. Speaking of which, I'm on vacation. Boom. Sorry to keep you waiting. How's the situation? I was a step too late. The whale got away, and it's only the small fry left now. Unfortunate. Did you manage to retrieve anything else? Yes, I have everything here. Let's take a look. I knew it. The whale's seemingly random movements do have a purpose after all. which makes me even more confused as to what they're trying to do. Can the Magister's plan still proceed in this state? Or did the Magister also account for all of this? Why are you asking me? Well, you have a pretty good track record and whatnot. Isn't there someone who'd be more suitable to answer that question than me? For example, a certain Miss D. I already tried. She won't tell us anything unless you catch the whale. Can I just point out this theme, though? Yeah, Magister is Oust. Creator is Anzel. Miss D, though, I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to think of what name that could try to be off of. Dr. Oust is still alive. We don't know. It's possible. It doesn't seem likely considering some of the text in the previous events, but we'll have to see. That's not an answer we necessarily know, though. I'll leave it to you then. But let's head back first. Her Majesty is waiting for us. All beings in creation have both beginning and end. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. But I shall continue to live. For doing so is the only way to achieve my purpose. No matter how desperate the odds, it must be done. The truth must be found. For that pursuit, for that hunt, one must become a beast. If this is a price you're willing to pay, then I may accept your allegiance. Otherwise, let's see. Yes, offer on to me your prayers. Interesting. Interesting. I feel like we're missing a few pieces here that would allow me to connect the dots more, and that might be because Ian messing up. There might be some things missing. Oh, I did want to point this out real quick. I don't know if everyone noticed this. I know I talked about it earlier, but I wanted to point this out because I think it's necessary. So, if you an interesting thing to note here when it comes to the metas is the meta's very last skill generally tends to tell you where they are. So Repulse we know is a meta, or as an ashen, or as an ash. Ashen Might. Helena, also an ash, Ashen Might. Good and all, not a meta, or not an ashes. Cinders of Hope. Kiryu meta is an ash, Ashen Might. Fuso meta we believe is an ash, Ashen Might. Junyo meta, we don't know anything, but she's an Ashen Might, so probably an ash. Hunter meta is a Cinder of Hope, so not an ash, supposedly. Fortune meta, Cinders of Hope. Memphis meta, we've seen her with the ashes a few times, but she's Framework of Logic. Ignore that one. Arizona meta, Framework of Logic. Renown meta, Ashen Might. Scharnhorst, Ashen Might. Yamashiro is interesting. Flickering Light. So a fourth team. Soryu meta. Flickering Light. Trinto meta. Flickering Light. That might be the last. No, Hiyu. Hiyu, I think, is an Ash.
敵を全部倒し
Yeah,
て生き
Hiyu
残
is
る
an Ash.
この
No, I know we got Arc Royal, who's an Ash.
どんな代償を支払っ
I think it's everybody though. Yes. Nope. Sheffy. I've not even
害
touched her
虫を
yet.
駆除しなければ
Ash. So we have an Ashen talking with a Cinder.
ご主人様
So this just goes to show that not all the metas are together.
自分に害をもた
But
らすだけ
there
で
is something very interesting that I've noticed here. Something very weird that I have noticed for sure. Trento is a little bit weird right now, which makes me wonder about it because she's a flickering light. There's a handful of people that are flickering lights. Soryu was a flickering
普
light.
段の緩みがあると
She had her whole
こ
ordeal
の
that
先の
happened
戦いで
in
隙を
Mirror
見せること
Evolution.
になりかねません
So my suspicion is anyone with flickering light is a little bit on the is someone we should be concerned about. Yamashiro, flickering light.
もっと強くしたいです
Framework of Logic seems like an ally. I will say that because that's Memphis and Helena does help a little bit, but she's not really that group. Arizona, I don't think we've actually seen in story yet, or have I missed it? I'm not sure. But it seems like flickering lights are the ones that have been the most hostile. Trento hasn't done anything yet. Soryu has actually attacked the commander. Yamashiro is still MIA. The Ashen Might don't seem to seem more of a neutral to at least don't really care. Because from what we've experienced, Cinders we haven't really worked with yet, I don't think. I'm trying to think, is there anyone Cinder on the Cinder's side that we've touched or that we've not touched but been with? I don't think so. All I hear is them taking up dock space. Yeah, that is a true thing too. So that is something that needs to be, I think, thought about because there are the multiple factions here.
指揮官は
We
一番
can
の
tell that
仲間
there
で
it looks like these are
心の知れた人
factions.
多忙で追い詰められていく
Notice St. Louis when MVP, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That could just be a saying, though. That doesn't necessarily mean it is St. Louis. It could be. Yeah, Framework of Logic does seem commander aligned. Because that is kind of,
今日は何から着手しようかしら
Memphis is the way that she
作戦
is.
計画委託出撃どれも
By the
お手
way,
の物よ
I
いつも
sadly
通
pulled
り
Memphis to
任
do a
せて
hug.
ちょうだい
Though I don't think I'm gonna ever gonna beat these two. The fact that I'm at 240 is hilarious.
指揮官私は大丈夫よ
Somebody told me to act, like her special touch
ちゃん
hits
と
very
元気
weird.
だから心配しな
I
く
don't know if I
ても
want
い
to
い
do
わ
it though. Well, that was one of the funniest things someone told me. It's like, you know, one of those like people are like, all the ashes, all the metas don't generally like it, but then you have Memphis, who's just like weird. But yeah, I thought I'd point that out because I felt like you know, all the metas having their listed, like what seems like a listed faction. And I know Framework of Logic is a team, at least from what we tell. And Ashes is definitely a team. But we don't know anything about Cinders of Light and the Flickering Light. Though Flickering Light does seem like... I feel like I should have said this now.
指揮官の神様なのかな
Do it, do it, don't do it, do it, coward, do it. Oi! We never preaky promise. No, we ain't gonna do it. We shouldn't do it. Shouldn't be mean like that. Listen to chat. You've never been wrong. Objection. Objection. Where even are you? Lulu, where are you? There you are. Objection.
好きで大きいわけじゃないって言ったじゃない
What do you think Kiwi metafaction though, Hawk? We don't know. I don't know.
別に
All we have is just that one line. Though she seems to be trying to... I'm gonna say Cinders. I'm gonna say Cinders currently. There's a name search function. I could... Oh yeah, there is. What is it? Yeah, that. Does it actually? Is it like a live edit? Oh my goodness, it is. Look at that. Oops. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Imagine a Honolulu meta. I'd rather not. So it's probably the faction. Like, if I had to guess, it's the same faction as Hunter's group, I think.
ここが拠点になるか。
Cinders of Hope, not Light. Cinders of Hope.
足がかりと補給所を持つのは悪くない。
So I do kind of wonder. Yorktown meta, I think should be Yorktown should be framework. I think that's what most of people in the lore group are saying, is Yorktown meta should be framework. Because that should be, I think she's one of the leaders of the framework of Logic group. So I think that's what I can say for sure. But I'm curious what's going to happen. We haven't seen too much with Cinders of Hope, so Cinders of Hope is a team that I think is going to be interesting to learn. But it looks like we do have at least 4 factions. Which is actually kind of funny when you consider that number has been reused again for factions. 4 main factions, 4 meta factions. That's hilarious. Anchorage meta. I'd rather not. But no, that's something I think that would be worth noting for people that as you guys obtain metas over and over, is to keep track of their faction, what faction they're in. Because I think that's going to be a nice little fun thing to keep diving into. You were which one again?
害虫を駆除し
You
な
were
ければ
not sure.
知
I
ら
just
な
don't
い
have it unlocked yet.
閣下と手をつなぐのはもう日常風景の一部と化
At
して
least
いま
one
す
of the
ね。
metas. Well, what? Oh, hang on. You know what? We could try this. D. If you, we can at least do this for now. Oh wait, I need to just change the filter. None of these characters fit the Miss D. None of these characters fit a Miss D. Well, Deutschland could, but I feel like that's a different type of thing. Duke of York, that would make sense, I guess. I don't want to think about that. This is assuming that they just abbreviated their name to the first letter and then call themselves Miss D. I don't think so. Sheffield is a maid, so she said Miss instead of Lady or anything, so it makes me want to move away from Duke of York. Because I imagine she's going to maintain that. Well, actually, do we have any other Royal Navy style metas that is not what I wanted? I misclicked. Do we have any other maids in the group? I don't think so. Will we ever get an SS or an SR meta DD? I don't know. We just have a bunch of elites, don't we?
こうして出会ったのも運命の導きですよ
What
ね。
does your full rigging look like?
運命が
おー
私をどこへと連れて行くのでしょうか。
Is that what I think it is? Did she get put in one of those, like, Iron Maiden things that, like, ha ha ha? I don't like that. I don't like that. Ugh. It's got padding, no spikes. I know, but it's still an Iron Maiden. That is not something I want to think about. Check chibi animation. For
こう
what?
して出会ったのも運命の導き。
Oh, it just literally merges on itself like that. That's kind of, it's cool, but ugh. Her face when she emerges from it's kind of terrifying. Yeesh.
こうして出会ったのも
It's literally her bed. I don't know. I don't know. There are some of them I'm just kind of like,
今日は何から着手しようかしら。作戦計画。
what does she have? Hang on. Does she have anything? She just looks angry. I remember that she looks angry in her chibi form. You gonna punt it? No. I thought you were about to punt it. Oh, no, she punted it. Kick. That poor Manju. Actually, it might just be a fake one. It didn't even move. There's some flickering. Special touch. I feel like if I do this, chat's gonna be inclined to silently pull her into a hug. Check your comment. Why? 240, woo! Chat is sorry. No, it's not me you need to be sorry towards.
あら、指揮官。寂しかったかしら。そう、
Different meanings.
指揮官にもそういう時があるのね。
Yep. There you go.
今日は何から着手しよう。
It ain't even sweet. When you actually think about how she is, it's not for the same reason. It is not for the same reason. I'm just letting you know that now. It's about as painful as, what is it? I'm putting everyone through this one again before I say the stream is over for now. Where even is she? Where? No, hang on. Where are you? Where are you? I'm putting everyone through this one. Here, have an absolute soul-crushing thing. There is your soul crusher. You will look at this face too. You will look at this face. Why do you choose violets? I did not. Manju's even KO'd. You did little cheshies for Valentine's? Really?
今日も旦那様のためにいろいろ今日も旦那様のためにいろいろ
I thought her face was broken because it does that sometimes. Okay, so I am going to say that is going to be all for now. I am going to try to do Blue Archive sometime this weekend, probably Sunday though, just to give myself a little bit of a break. And also, I am a little on the on the exhausted side. So I will go ahead and at least do 4 more builds, and we'll see how that ends. Okay. But they'll probably be on a Sunday.
はじめまして指揮官。私は
Oh, it's
潜
this
水キュー
variant.
バ E13。趣味はお空を眺めるのと、新たにあなたの補佐として栄光をカードに。
Luck? Nope.
はじめまして指揮。
I will try to obtain her one way or another. I'm not too worried about it. But that said, I hope everyone had at least decent pulls on it. If you still are working towards it, it's unfortunate, but it's alright. Well, the next part of the story. I'm sure I will. We'll see how it goes. It should be a pretty good one. That said, like I was saying, I'll have a stream probably set up tomorrow for Blue Archive. Not necessarily, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, but I should have it up for, I'm going to assume Sunday. I'm going to try to get videos worked on when I can. I do need a bit of a breather, but I don't need... It has been a little bit bothering me that I've not been able to get stuff out, so I will do what I can for that. So I will look into some kind of a video for at least summary, at least. I'm not going to do like a full-blown one like I would expect because I want to kind of do them in order. But I would prioritize that one because this one is current. So I'll see what I can do. That said, hopefully you guys had a good time on today's stream. I will see you guys all again in the near future, or on Sunday if you're going to be there for Blue Archive. But until then, I'll see you guys all again real soon. Have a good night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are, and just have a good weekend, alright? Have a good one.